Okay, governance. Have we got IT and streaming on? Almost said screaming. Streaming on? Okay. All right, good evening, councillors, members of the gallery and those watching at home. I declare our meeting open at 6 p.m. And I will start with acknowledgement of country. As a sign of respect to the traditional owners, I'd like to start today's proceedings by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands of elders past and present on which we celebrate today, and other Aboriginal people who may be present today. I would like to express my gratitude that we share this land today and my sorrow for that cost of that sharing. I hope that in the spirit of reconciliation we can move forward to a place of justice, healing and partnership as we all walk gently on this land. Now, item 2, applications for leave of absence and remote attendance. Councillors, we've received a leave of absence request from Councillor Singh for the meeting tonight, and also Councillor Hernjack for February and March council meetings. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Robins, seconded by Councillor Gilton. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you very much. Confirmation of minutes. May I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes of the ordinary meeting on the 10th of December and the extraordinary meeting on the 24th of January 2025, please? Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Williams. All those in favour? Anyone against? Declare that carried. Thank you very much. Disclosures of interest, item number 4. Disclosures of interest and ethical obligations. Councillors, in accordance with our Code of Meeting Practice on page 2 of the agenda, which reminds us of our oaths and affirmations of office made under section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993, in accordance with clause 4.25 and 4.26 of the Code of Conduct, returns made by councils designated persons must be tabled at council meetings. Tabled tonight, we have 14 returns from designated persons. Now, councillors, if you have any declarations of interest you wish to make, please do so now. Councillor Grattan.
Hello, and I sent it through to governance earlier. 9.3, the second part of that motion speaks to revoking a policy giving an exemption to a charity for disposing waste at Kimbrickie. So I'm declaring a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in that I'm the CEO of a charity, and I will not participate in that vote on that item.
Okay, thank you very much. You could actually, if it's non-significant, non-pecuniary, you could actually stay and vote. Hang on.
I could, but in the interest of just transparency, I would be interested if we moved a procedural motion to split that up in seriatim, and then I could stay for the other items, which I would quite like to speak to.
Okay, we'll see how that goes. Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I declare a less than significant non-pecuniary interest in relation to items 11.3 and 14.7, in that, of course, like most councillors around this table, I knew the late Rhonda Alterator OAM and the late Joan Somerville OAM. However, I did not socialise with them and did not have a close relationship with them.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Sorry.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Robins.
Following Councillor De Luca's declaration, I would like to declare a non-significant non-pecuniary for item point 3 with regarding Rhonda Alterator, as she is known to me, or was known to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, so we're up to item 5.
Sorry, I also had an interest. I turned my microphone
Oh,
off.
sorry. Okay, I didn't see it come up. Councillor Glanville.
Yeah, in relation to item 9.3 and the proposal to revoke the financial assistance for charitable and not, it's a mouthful, charitable and not-for-profit community organisations for waste disposal, the Kimbrickie policy. I disclose my husband is an employee of a not-for-profit that would potentially be eligible for assistance under this policy. It is a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest, as neither my husband nor I have any direct financial interest in whether the policy is revoked or not.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Glanville. Nobody else? Okay, that means we're up to item number 5, public forum and public address. Councillors, we will now move into public forum and public address. We have 3 speakers tonight. Before we commence, I'd like to remind the speakers that this meeting is being broadcast over the internet, and I'd also like to remind the audience that taking photographs is not permitted in the chamber. Speakers, you must agree to the following before being permitted to address council. You will not disrupt the conduct of the meeting and treat people with respect and courtesy. You will not denigrate or make defamatory or personal attacks on councillors or staff. And that council accepts no responsibility for comments made by you speaking in public forum and public address that could lead to a claim for defamation by any person in the gallery, viewing the meeting via the internet or through any other media, I should say. Okay, so we're up to our list of speakers. So in public forum, item number 1, council rates and financing, Robert Bruce from Coleroy. If you could come down, that would be lovely, and turn on the microphone. Thank you very much. And just to let you know, there'll be a timing clock. It lets a little sound out when you're down to 30 seconds to go.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rob Bruce. For the record, I'm strictly politically neutral, have no and have never had any party political affiliations. Let me start with the oft-made claim that your management team would make more in private enterprise. 111 managers taking home a collective $25 million per annum means they are earning an average of over $225,000 per annum each, and that's a disgrace. You are not a private enterprise. You do not face market competition for customers. You are mere administrators in a non-competitive environment overseeing about 1,200 staff. However, let us assume you are the fantastic managers you claim and you would excel in private enterprise. Show us, prove it to us. What income streams have you developed? I guess none, which is a bit odd given your claims of excellence. So here are some ideas. Rationalise your depots that are scattered over the LGA. Put a DA on them. Lord knows you'll have a massive competitive advantage by being able to brush aside the usual ultra-slow council bureaucracy, and then either build the development and sell it, or simply sell on the DA-approved site. Indeed, have you even undertaken work to justify the maintenance backlog? How have you established the $45 million figure is valid? Have you simply taken the number you were given by council employees? If you have not validated that number, why not? That is a fundamental question. Also, what happens to the developer contributions paid to council? Does that money just go into general revenue to be spent on whatever boondoggle or vanity project you see fit? Why not have a quantity surveyor price all the works you believe need to be done, give developers their DA conditional upon them completing work signed off by independent certifiers, and thus get the work done without costing council anything? That would be a private enterprise idea. I now refer you to pages 18 to 22 of today's agenda. Council has, by their own report, some 83 term deposits totalling $195 million in cash, and nearly $250 million in cash investments. You literally have in excess of $233 million in cash available to you. If, as a council, you are so incompetent and negligent in your duty to your fellow ratepayers that you did not and will not now investigate other options, and if you refuse to spend any of the near $250 million of ratepayer money that you have invested...
Sorry, can I just stop you there for a moment? Just one moment while I've got Councillor Causey Do you have a point of order or what's... Can you put your microphone on?
Would have had it on.
Right.
I think that these comments don't fit within the code of meeting practice. And the comment, there has just been a comment that has been potentially defamatory of the council staff.
Okay, so
Madam
Councillor
Mayor,
Causey...
to the point of order.
Yeah, I was just going to say, to your point of order, I'm just going to say we're going to continue on. Okay,
Thank you, Madam
Councillor
Mayor.
DeLuca?
My point of order was that there was no point of order.
Okay, Mr Bruce, 21 seconds. No, please, just stay. No. Okay, your time starts, you're ticking on.
So, if as a council you are so incompetent and negligent in your duty to your fellow ratepayers, I leave you with the immortal words of Oliver Cromwell. Go, leave this place never to return. You have sat too long for any good you have been doing. In the name of God, go and let us have done with you.
Okay, next speaker up is Douglas Stewart. Councillor Causey, if you could turn your light off. Councillor Glanville, do you have a...
I had some questions to staff to perhaps, following from the speech, to, I guess, respond or address some of the points raised, if I can. Through you, Madam Mayor, in response to the question regarding, or comment regarding whether developer contributions go into consolidated revenue, through you, Madam Mayor, can a member of staff explain how developer contributions are spent and the restrictions on their expenditure?
Through the CEO. Someone has to turn their light off.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Infrastructure contributions are held in a restricted fund in accordance with a contributions plan. They can only be used for that purpose. That plan is publicly available and is updated by council from time to time.
Can't get my light.
Okay, Councillor Glanville, have another question. Then Councillor DeLuca has a question. And then we need to get back to our public speaker.
Sure, I did have more questions than that, but I will prioritise. The other comment was that council has significant funds available as bonds and in cash. Can through you, Madam Mayor, can staff explain to what extent are part of those funds restricted funds and what restrictions exist on council's ability to make discretionary spending with that money?
Through the CEO to the CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. So a lot of the council's funds are restricted. They're either restricted under legislation, under contracts, or they're held for future liabilities. For example, remediating the Kimbriki landfill tip. So we report all of that in our financial statements every year, what all those restrictions are, and we provide a summary also in the investment report for you. You've got 2 investment reports here, November and December. So on page 41 of that report, you can see the high-level restrictions. This is also quarterly review time, so there's more detail as well in the quarterly review pack. But really, primarily, most of council's funds are restricted, including the development contributions.
Okay, Councillor DeLuca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question's to the CEO. Can you please confirm that every year since amalgamation, the actual investment accounts, as alluded to and just mentioned by the Chief Financial Officer, have seen significant interest paid and great success, including in the most 2 reported tonight?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So we've been quite fortunate in the last couple of years with interest rates quite high. We have been receiving higher interest earnings on our investments. 50% of that interest is restricted. So any interest we earn on our restricted funds goes back into those pots so that there's some attempt to keep up with inflation rates for what those funds are there to deliver. And the rest is general revenue.
So there has never been a deficit over the reported quarterly reviews as well as the investment funds.
Thank you. Councillor De Luca, I think you're referring to us whether we're under budget or we're underperforming against the budget.
No, I am actually pointing out that we have never had a deficit in relation to the quarterly reports you and your colleagues have always furnished to us since amalgamation, be it involving cash management. And that the Auditor-General has certified that we have an excellent liquidity position. Is that not the case?
Thank you. Thank you, through you, Mayor. So you're not referring to a budget operating result,
point of
you're
order.
referring to a cash.
Point of order, Councillor De Luca.
This is going to be a very long night. And if staff do not answer the question specifically, it is going to be even longer. So, Mr. CEO, could I please ask that you instruct your staff to answer either yes or no? We're the politicians, not the staff.
Okay, through the CEO to our CFO. Actually,
Madam Mayor, to address Councillor De Luca's question, it is perfectly appropriate for staff to seek clarification on any question. If Ms Foley does require clarification, that is in order for her to seek that clarification.
Well, this is why I addressed the question to you, because the answer would be a quick yes, and I'm not getting that.
Thank you. The answer would be no. So during COVID times, we did have to do a lot of work to balance what was happening at that point in time because we would have had a cash deficit position, an unbalanced budget.
okay.
Was that cash investment position a deficit excluding the budget? Did we go down on cash investments? Did you withdraw any money from those cash investments to address the deficit of the budget? And if so, how much, please, and on what dates?
So the council currently has a cash flow report we put to you each year as part of the budget. In this very year, there is a deficit cash flow position because of the size of the capital expenditure budget.
I'll repeat my question.
Councillor De Luca, can we just finish?
Has any money from that investment portfolio been withdrawn and allocated to any deficit?
Sorry, Sue. Point of order. He's intimidating staff.
You're referring to the council's investments. So the council's investments are used routinely. Right now we're building Warriewood Community Centre, which was built up with investments over several years. So yes, those funds are being used.
So they were never
Councillor,
withdrawn
sorry,
for a
De Luca.
deficit.
Sorry, Councillor De Luca, just for a moment. Point of order, Councillor Causey. Turn your light on.
Look, I object to the tone in which Councillor De Luca is...
Let's not forget, this is the councillor that called you all Liberal.
Okay, Councillor De Luca. Okay, I'll be ruling on that point of order that it stands because I think we just need to move on. We have a couple of budget discussions.
I have further
through this.
questions, and
Yeah.
this is critical
The other
information.
councillors were good and only asked two because we're trying to get through just public forum at the moment. So override. So
On a point of order, the Code of Meeting Practice, page 36, Clauses 10.18 and 10.19 allow a councillor to ask questions at any time of a meeting. You cannot overrule the Code of Meeting Practice.
Councillor Causey.
My objection, as I was trying to say, is the tone of voice in which Councillor DeLuca...
And I object to her
Sorry,
adverse
the tone
inferences
of
and raise
voice-
a point of order on that.
All right, I'm...
I certainly have not told her to shut up like she told me at the last meeting.
Okay, so councillors, we need to stay together just to get through tonight. Please just hold off for your questions at the moment.
I wish
If this is going to be
I wish to ask
name-calling-
further questions without vexatious points of order by Councillor Miranda Causey, one of the worst behaved councillors in this.
Councillor DeLuca. Councillor DeLuca.
Sorry,
I
point of
remind
order.
you of the Code of Conduct where you are not to be calling each other names.
Exactly, and you should have reminded her of that at the last meeting and you failed to do so.
Okay, so point of order.
On a further point of order, Councillor Rowie Dillon just told me to shut up Vince, a member of your party. Do you think that's appropriate? Can you please direct her to stop being so abusive and to stop Councillor Causey to stop being so abusive?
Okay, Councillor DeLuca, how about we do, if you can, a deal? If nobody calls each other's names, then we can get through. It is feeling a bit like...
I have not called anyone names. You need to call these people into order. Otherwise, it will get out of control.
Okay, I'm sorry. All these points of order, I'm going to say are out of order. And now we just need to move on to one other person who's put their light on and just move on because it's not fair just to try and get through.
So are you
public
aware you're
address.
breaching the Code of Meeting Practice?
No, I'm
And you're
not
taking...
breaching.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm
And
not.
you're taking away the right of a councillor to ask a question of a staff member at any time.
Okay, you've already asked questions and I've... Okay. I am trying to be as fair as possible. Yes, but you're all calling each other names now. Does that make it fair?
So please, learn your meeting procedure and don't criticise what you do not know what you're talking about. Madam Mayor, I ask that we accord with the meeting practice.
Councillor DeLuca, I would like to move on. I know you have other questions, which you can probably ask when we get to the budget sessions that are already in our agenda. How many other questions would you like to ask? Let me preface this.
Well, it depends on the answers, but the next question will be, to the CEO, are you aware of the Minister for Local Government's interview on 2GB radio this week, where he clearly stated if a council has a liquidity status and can pay its pay its debts within 3 months, they should not be more or less seeking a rate rise, and that he has instructed all councils not to be greedy and not attempt to have excessive SRVs. He's also repeated similar comments in the Legislative Assembly. So what is the CEO's response to the Minister's comments, and is this council, in view of the Minister's comments, actually complying with that direction?
Through to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I'm not aware of the interview this week.
I'll send you a copy maybe if you'd like, or you could research it.
Okay, thank you. All right, can we get on to our second public speaker, Mr Douglas Stewart from Newport, on arts and crafts and council spending.
Well, this is a bit daunting, isn't it? Good evening, councillors. Tonight I stand before you as a representative of the taxpayers who fund this council, homeowners, families, businesses who are tired of financial waste. Council, you are running a business with a continuous guaranteed income stream, income indexed to inflation, income tied to rising property values, income CPI adjusted. Yet despite this stable and increasing income, council still claim not to be able to manage financial responsibilities of running a council. I believe, and so do my associates, believe that this is a failure of leadership, not a failure of funding. Ratepayers have lost confidence in the council's ability to function effectively. This council seems to be bloated with bureaucracy, spending on non-essential activities, corporate branding campaigns like this drink container with the council's logo emblazoned on it. Flags at Manly, international food festivals. It's not really core business. While ratepayers struggle with increasing costs, the running of our home finances, this council appears to prioritise vanity projects over essential services. The community has spoken. The community is speaking. And when council asked for feedback on what options to take, 51% of the residents supported option 1, a 10.7 rate increase. Council chose 3%, option 3. 11% of the community asked for that. 51% of the community asked for the 10%. 11% of the community asked for a 39% rate increase. Council went with the 11% option. 11% of the 2% of the population chose the 39%, where 51% of the residents chose option 1, the lower amount. If option 1 wasn't a viable option, why is it on the sheet to be chosen? How much was this survey? I understand it was 175,000. It fell on deaf ears. 2% of the population responded. Was that just a tick to say that the council had engaged community engagement? What I would like council to do is withdraw the application currently with IPART and run with option 1. Like I said, if this option wasn't viable, why was it put forward? I'd also like to see a little bit of... Oh, I'm out of time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Stewart. Okay, our next person up is on public address on item 11.1, the draft tree management policy public exhibition. Deborah Collins.
Thank you, Mayor Hines and councillors and staff and gallery. I speak tonight to support motion 11.1, which is to endorse the exhibition of the draft new tree management plan. My name is Deb Collins and I am convener of Not a Motorcycle Club, thankfully, of Canopy Keepers, which is an organisation formed in 2020 to primarily endeavour to preserve the tree canopy and regenerate the tree canopy. We do that by community awareness, community education and influencing policy. Now, sometimes when we do our policy work, we do come up against odds with council. That happened last year with the Ruskin Row trees, which we're still in the process of resolving. But ultimately, our goal is to work with council and take a systemic view. And so we really welcome the introduction of this draft plan of management for tree services across the whole LGA. What has basically happened, the new plan is long overdue. When the councils were amalgamated in 2016, there were 5 plans that have been in operation since that time. So council, and we especially want to thank Jeremy Smith and Fenton Beattie for all the work I think that it has taken to put this new draft plan together. It's taken the 5 existing policies, which surely have been very confusing for staff and for residents, and it's also had to take into account an enormous amount of state legislation, from biodiversity acts to road acts to, so a huge job. So congratulations to them and to council for doing that. One of the primary takeouts from the new draft management plan is that we want to retain trees wherever possible, and council is coming up with some really innovative ideas about how to do that for our safety, but to also retain the enormous benefit of having a rich tree canopy, being one of the few LGAs that can boast such a thing. So let's retain it. So we thank the council again for listening to calls from the community for better tree management. It's music to our ears. Let's do this. I implore the council tonight and the councillors to endorse the exhibition of this plan and to get it on exhibition as quickly as possible. Can the council do some webinars and some questions and answer sessions so that people are more aware of it? Can we integrate the feedback? Can we get a redraft happening as quickly as possible and get this back to council meeting? Because we know one of the dangers, as soon as we're updating policies, some in the community think that means there's no policy, and all sorts of illegal felling and all sorts of bad practice happens. So I really want to support the adoption of the endorsement of the exhibition tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public address. We're now up to item 6, which is items resolved by exception. So I would ask you to be mindful of whether it's absolutely necessary to call out an item if the officer's recommendation is sound. I would like to be providing an opportunity for notices of motion to go by exception. If you wish to call out a nom, please do so when I go through the items shortly. Firstly, can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Robins, Councillor Beaujard. All those in favour? Declare that unanimous. Okay, so councillors, I'll call them each one by one and you will advise me if you want me to call an item out. Okay, so 7.1, Mayoral Minute, Acknowledgement of the Australia Day Honours. Item 7.2, Mayoral Minute, Impact of Cost Shifting.
Yes.
Councillor De Luca. Item 9.1, Delegated Authority by the Mayor over Christmas and New Year break. Item 9.2, Audit and Risk Committee, Improvement Committee, confirmed minutes of the 10th of December. Councillor De Luca. Item 9.3, Review and revocation of various policies. Councillor Glanville. 9.4, Monthly Investment Report for November 2024. Councillor De Luca. Monthly Investment, December 2024. Councillor De Luca. Quarterly Review, December 2024. Councillor Causey. 9.7, Draft Submission, Office of Local Government, Draft Meeting Code. Councillor Harvey, don't forget to use your light because I have names that come up in front of me. Thank you, Councillor Harvey. 11.1, Draft Tree Management Policy. Councillor Causey. 11.2, Response to Notice of Motion on the Review of Stewardship and Creation of a Tree Management Policy. Councillor Causey. 11.3, Outcome of the public exhibition of the naming proposal for Rhondda Alterator Reserve. Councillor De Luca. 12.1, amended affordable housing contribution scheme, 159 to 167 Darley Street, Mona Vale. 12.2, exhibition of draft planning agreement at 16 McPherson Street, Warriewood, aka Foley's Nursery. 12.3, Northern Beaches Business, Industry and Stakeholder Committee confirmed minutes from the 4th of December 2024. 12.4, Manly Special Entertainment Precinct. Councillor Harvey. 13.1, outcome of the public exhibition, provision of public electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Councillor Glanville. 13.2, outcome of the public notice for the proposed lease and licence of a cafe at DY Beach Reserve. Councillor De Luca. Notices of motion. 14.1, this one's deferred from the 10th of December, e-bikes and e-scooters. Councillor Harvey. 14.2, notice of motion from 10th of December council meeting, service reviews. Sorry, Councillor Harvey. 14.3, notice of motion improving decision-making concerning capital works expenditure. Yeah, we got one. 14.4, notice of motion opportunities to relocate Manly Environment Centre. Councillor Bingham. 14.5, organisational savings and funding measures. Councillor De Luca. Sorry, I didn't see a light. 14.6, services provided by Northern Beaches Council.
Yep.
Councillor De Luca. 14.7, the late Jones Somerville OAM. Okay. 17.1 in confidential. I'm missing one, I think. 17.1, lease and licence for the cafe at Mona Vale. 17.2, Councillor Causey, Community Centre keyless access. Yeah, sorry, I don't have it on this. So 17.3, thank you. Manly Visitor Information Centre kiosk.
Councillor Clausey's left her microphone on, but I'm happy to call that.
Okay. Sorry, is your light on or were you actually? Okay. So do any councillors just want to ask a question to the response to any of the questions?
Sorry, can you repeat what that request was?
The questions that were in the agenda. Okay, if we're all finished, I'll now ask staff to put on the screen all those that we wish to call out and vote on. Where am I looking? Okay, that looks correct. So just... All those in favour? I thought we'd already had. Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to scroll through. Okay, we're up to item 7.2, the Mayoral minute. So as I move into that, this is a motion on the cost shifting that's been happening. And some background is, as most of us are probably aware, there's council pays $20 million in levies every year back to the New South Wales government. And in the information that we provided during the special rates public consultation, that we did highlight that more than half of New South Wales councils had had an IVE-part variation, and 5 other councils are considering them this year. Local Government New South Wales released a comprehensive report back in November 2023 titled Cost Shifting 2023, How State Costs Eat Council Rates, analysing the financial impact of cost shifting on local councils during the 2021 financial year. The report reveals that cost shifting imposed a burden of $1.36 billion on New South Wales councils in 2021-22, and that each ratepayer of New South Wales has approximately $360.67 from councils' rates eaten by state government costs. Significant examples of cost shifting at the moment is our emergency services contribution and obligations. Councils are required to contribute $165.4 million, covering the costs associated with Fire and Rescue New South Wales, the Rural Fire Service and the State Emergency Service. This is an obligation that for our council actually is quite large because of the value of our properties in the area. Waste levy is another one. The New South Wales collected $288.2 million from councils through the waste levy, and only a portion is reinvested into waste and circular economy programs. So in our case, we, I think, pay over $11 million in levies, though we can only claim back about $200,000 for waste education. Rate exemptions, there's mandatory rate exemptions for certain organisations. Library funding, the state's failure to honour its commitment to fund 50% of library operations has led councils to cover an additional $156.7 million. There's pensioner rebates. The New South Wales local government emphasised that cost shifting continues to undermine the financial sustainability of local governments, diverting funds from essential community services and infrastructure. And in the past decade, cost shifting has imposed a cumulative burden of more than $10 billion on New South Wales councils. I would just quickly say, if you want to read more, head off to the New South Wales Parliament Standing Committee's released report in November last year. Councillor De Luca. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Councillor Grattan, I've got your number up first. Sorry, your name? You're raising a point of order?
Thank you. Clause 10.12 of the Code of Meeting Practice clearly states a mayoral minute must not be used to put without notice, in accordance with clauses 4.8 and 4.10, matters that are routine and not urgent, or matters for which proper notice should be given because of their complexity. For the purpose of this clause, a matter will be urgent where it requires a decision by the council before the next scheduled ordinary meeting of the council, or is considered by the mayor to have currency and importance. Why was this not put as a notice of motion like Councillor Hackman's notice of motion and everyone else's notices of motion?
Because after a meeting in Parliament last week with the Minister, I realised that there is more cost shifting about to head our way, and I think it's good to actually state how we currently are. Because in reality, as we know, we have Beach Watch coming. We possibly have an adjustment in our beach parking stickers if we have to accommodate renters. And we also will have an issue with FOGO coming up, which seems to be quite a substantial cost as well.
So when was your meeting?
Last week,
What day?
Thursday.
Could this not have been sent to us on Thursday to give us appropriate time? The agenda came out on Thursday. Could it not have been sent to us as a mayoral minute on Thursday? Madam Mayor, your two cohorts to the right of you are continually interjecting. Could you please ask them to show courtesy and just remain silent?
I'm sorry, Councillor DeLuca, I certainly couldn't hear them, but you're sitting closer to them. But if my two councillors to my right could keep their whispering even quieter.
They're not whispering.
All right, no.
Do you want me to repeat what they said? They're definitely not whispering. So just back to the substance of my question, which I'm sure was interjected to, so I get off track. Can you please confirm, why didn't you then complete that motion on the Thursday and send it to us to give us Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday to at least consider it?
Because at that meeting, I was told that there would be a draft version being released, which only just came out. Was sent to me the other day before it goes out to the public.
So a draft version of the mayoral minute?
No, a draft version of beach parking,
Okay.
which when I read it, then I looked at and went, I couldn't see where the correlation was. I'm going to need more information.
Can you confirm that everything in this mayoral minute is accurate and not misleading?
Yes.
Okay. So my question one to you, in relation to your part regarding waste disposal costs, is it not the case that waste disposal costs are not from actual rates and have no impact on people's rates whatsoever, but are a separate fee? They're not charged as part of the rates?
Through the CEO, I do actually have my notes here somewhere. I just need to find it for a moment. But if the CFO could... Oh, you're already to my left. Thank you.
Sorry, the question was to the author of the motion in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice, not you.
Yes, but I did confirm my numbers with the CFO.
No, I'm not
this
talking about
afternoon.
numbers.
Oh.
I'm stating clearly, I asked you whether your mayoral minute is accurate.
Yes, it
You
is.
said yes.
Yes.
My submission is that charges for waste disposal are actually, by law, a separate fee and do not include, they're not included in rates. So why then is it in there?
Because it's still a cost that we collect and still a fee that we have to pay.
So do you agree that it's council that sets those fees, not the state government? We
No.
vote on those fees.
No, the state government is the one who imposes the levy on us.
Don't we vote every year on domestic waste charges?
Yes, that's one style of fee that we get, but we also pay a fee through Kimbrickie, an environmental levy that gets paid through Kimbrickie for the waste that is put there
So
as well.
shouldn't your motion therefore be quite specific and not bundle it up all as one?
Because it's all waste, as in it's waste levies.
But this is trying to justify and blame the state government for a rate rise when actually we're voting to increase fees and rates. They're not.
Disagree. This is clarity about where cost shifting actually occurs.
But it's not cost shifting if we're actually voting on the fees and the rates.
That's a separate fee. That
Yes,
we
it is a
also-
separate fee.
Yes,
So
but we
therefore it
also
shouldn't-
pay a
it should
waste
represent
and environmental levy as well. There's two.
So it needs to be split up to be accurate and properly representative and not misleading. So maybe if you'd...
Okay, do you want to move an amendment on that?
Well, it's your motion. I would have hoped that you would have been accurate.
Well, I'm happy as it is, which is why I put it there, but you have a concern. So if
Well,
you
you've
like...
admitted that it's wrapped up as one. You just admitted that it's not accurate and it could be seen as misleading because it's bundled as one. So therefore, it's not up to another councillor to correct your error?
No, I'm happy with it as it is.
Wow. Okay, and then in relation to B, the emergency services, is it not the case that this was previously centralised up until 2014?
B is about parking stickers, beach watch monitoring and upcoming FOGO reforms.
Sorry, I meant in relation to the emergency services levy. So that's the second part, where you say direct levies and costs, waste disposal and other shifting, and I took it that that was in relation to the emergency services levy. Or you're not including the emergency services levy?
I can't see it on the screen.
So is that part of your bundle of other cost shifting?
No, Councillor De Luca, I can't see what you're talking
So
about
in
on the
A,
screen.
you've got by reducing direct levies, and then the second part of it is cost shifting, bracket 379 million per ratepayer in total. So I'm wondering, is that in relation to the emergency services levy?
Yes, as well.
It is. So I'm asking you, are you aware of the history of that levy?
Yes, I am.
And are
thanks
you
to an
confident that that is correct?
Yes.
Okay. So under the coalition government in 2014, prior to that, we had a similar system as what we are now going through now. The coalition government took up funding responsibility and recovery of costs from all councils in a fairer fashion and a more transparent and accountable manner. Would it not be better to, on such a significant levy, to have specificity and actually state that you want to return to the pre-2014 system?
No, not in my case. I'm happy with the motion as it is because we know we have more detail.
It just concerns me that this looks like a motion to try and look like you're doing something on behalf of our residents, but it lacks the specificity and the accuracy to actually get it over the line at a state level.
If you look at the background that's...
I have
with it-
looked at the background.
Yep, and it does contain quite a bit of detail in
Yeah,
there.
but
And it
as you
actually
know,
refers
only
people-
motions are
It actually
included
refers
in the
people
minutes.
back to the specific reports where those numbers are very clearly mentioned.
So as has been confirmed on numerous occasions in this chamber, the background to motions are not included in the minutes and only the minutes are sent to ministers when writing to the minister. So therefore the minister won't have any background of what you purport is or isn't correct or otherwise. So that's why I am concerned that this motion, and to borrow Councillor Hackman's wording that she used at the first meeting, I would hate to think that this motion is disingenuous and just trying to look, it's a Clayton's motion, trying to look like it's doing something when it's actually not. And I do fear that it could be inaccurate and misleading.
Thank you for your concern.
I believe there are numerous other errors, so I do have amendments. I did want them. I know you're smiling, but it's important that we get this right. We're talking
Yeah,
about
I'm
people's
happy.
livelihoods here, so it's nothing to smile or giggle about.
I'm not giggling.
So therefore, I have amendments which I will move in seriatim. So they were provided to all councillors and governance.
Yes.
Now, if the procedural motion for in seriatim is defeated, I will move them one by one. So I move the following amendments. That Council 1, write urgently to the Premier, the Treasurer, the Minister for Local Government, the Shadow, etc., calling upon them to A, amend the Local Government Act 1993 to ensure that it is specific as to what services a council can and can't provide to eliminate duplication between state and federal levels and waste on non-core projects and events. E, amend the Local Government Act 1993 to ensure better regulation of project management and capital works to prevent millions of dollars on costs and project time blowouts. C, introduce salary scales for senior executives and management in councils similar to the New South Wales Government's senior executive and senior officers pay scale to prevent excessive salaries and benefits, and also introduce legislation to ensure that council senior executives and officers are not purchased vehicles using ratepayers' money and salary sacrificing novated leasing. D, amends legislation to prevent councils and the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal from advertising and notifying and consulting on special rate reviews increases during a holiday period, particularly Christmas and New Year. E, ensure that IPART conducts a public hearing inviting members of the public to appear in and make submissions in relation to any special rate rise application. F, deliver state assistance to the Northern Beaches Council's budgets by reducing direct levies and cost shifting, noting that waste disposal costs do not come out of rates, and by law such funds are shown as separate domestic waste management charges and thus should not be used as a reason to increase rates by Northern Beaches Council. G, stop the shifting of additional financial burdens onto ratepayers without commensurate funding, such as additional fee parking stickers of what you had, and the Beach Watch monitoring program, noting that 1, emergency services were always funded by councils directly before this was centralised in 2014, when the then coalition state government took up funding responsibility and recovery of costs from all councils in a fairer and more transparent manner. 2, in relation to free car parking stickers, the former Manly Council introduced digital parking permits in 2010 to reduce defrauding the system. This was rescinded by the Administrator, and Council has since proposed to reintroduce digital parking permits this year and next, which will prevent fraud and increase Council's revenue. And 3, FOGO is a direct domestic waste management charge and does not affect rates. H, remove rate exemptions for private education schools unless they are providing special education services to the disabled or support for low economic and socially disadvantaged, noting that if exemptions, as you propose, for Crown land, hospitals, retirement villages, nurses, homes, community housing, as well as charities operating under religious organisations were not given exemptions, this could actually significantly adversely impact vulnerable people, facilities and services diminished, and Council makes a significant amount of money and income from Crown land leases, and should rates be introduced, this could actually increase Council costs. And 2, noting the CEO's and the Director of Transport and Assets advice to councillors that it is too difficult to dispose of, reclassify, lease council-owned controlled property under the Local Government Act 1993 and Crown Management Act 2016, that a legal opinion be sought and reported to Council recommending any required changes to this legislation. So I would like to first move a procedural motion that clauses A to J and number 2 be voted on in seriatim, and I give notice that if that procedural motion is not passed, I will then move each clause as a separate clause.
Okay, so as the councillors are looking around, I'm personally happy with 4 parts of that, but up to the councillors what they want to do.
Can I
Councillor
make a
Glanville?
suggestion, Councillor De Luca? I think probably myself and a number of councillors agree with parts of what you've got here, and other parts I think I personally would need a bit more information about. And would you consider perhaps if the councillors were to get a workshop or a report on these topics, because some of them I feel like I need more information, and that would be unfortunate because I feel without some of that information I couldn't support aspects of it, but I think obviously the community's here and is interested in pursuing some of these answers, and I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. If you'd consider an amendment along those lines, or perhaps a separate notice of motion, or some other way for us to...
Councillor Glanville, as you heard from the Mayor, following her meeting, she deemed this an urgent matter, and that's why she's only given us notice of her mayoral minute just this morning. These matters are not something that are new. They have been canvassed on numerous occasions. These are new in the way they are worded so that they can be put, and if they are dealt with in seriatim, they can be voted on, as you know, individually. So councillors therefore then have the opportunity to vote on each motion as they so wish.
Okay, call for a seconder. Councillor Giltman.
So it's not an amendment, it's a procedural motion for in seriatim. It's a procedural motion, it's not an amendment.
Okay, we're putting this procedural motion to the vote. All those in favour?
Just repeat the procedural motion, please.
Councillor Bingham?
Would you mind repeating the procedural motion? I've lost track.
The procedural motion is if it's to be dealt with in seriatim.
And what's the alternative? We vote. So in seriatim, we yep. Okay.
Okay, so we're all ready for voting on the procedural motion in seriatim. All those in favour? Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Robins. Those against? Sorry, just hold on a moment. I think I missed somebody. Councillor Hackman, you were for. Yes, sorry, that's what I thought I got wrong. Councillor against was Councillor Williams, Councillor Beaujard and myself. So and Councillor Grattan. Sorry, didn't see you there. Declare that carried.
Thank you.
All right, so in seriatim.
In speaking to the amendment, do you want a seconder to the amendment?
Yes. Councillor Giltman.
Thanks. So the first amendment that the Local Government Act 1993 be amended to ensure that it is specific as to what services a council can and can't provide and to eliminate duplication between state and federal levels, I think is very important. The Local Government Act currently has, as an example, the local government is required to provide recreation or culture. It does not say what, where, how and how much. Furthermore, it does not say any restrictions in relation to the duplication of services, particularly when the federal governments and state governments provide the same services. And this is to actually go against cost shifting by the federal and state governments onto local government.
Okay. Councillor Glanville.
I'll speak against this particular one in that I think there's two aspects of this that trouble me. Firstly is elimination of duplication. My trouble with that is that, as we're all aware, there's plenty of ways where the state government lets us down in terms of what it funds. I point to, for example, Northern Beaches Women's Shelter, which Council currently gives a grant to, and as councillors in the past, we have recognised that we support that organisation because of the desperate need for DV support in our community. And although ideally the state government would fund that, Council unfortunately, in a sense, duplicates that funding because we recognise the need for that service. Secondly, I'm troubled, or I think there's an inherent vagueness in the concept of what is a non-core project or an event. And my difficulty with that is that I think if you asked residents what is a core council service, you would probably get a range of answers. I personally don't use playing fields, but I recognise other community members do. My family personally uses the libraries, but that's something that other community members wouldn't see as core to their enjoyment of the community. And so, unfortunately, I think that the wording of this, I would rather us have a different approach to addressing what services we want council to deliver and lobbying the state government to funding its responsibilities probably, but regrettably, I don't support the wording of this part.
Thank you, Councillor Causey.
Yes, look, I'd second Councillor Glanville's comments, but I would also say that this is an extremely non-specific, I'll say, amendment, this particular Amendment A. It gives no formula for what we would like the state government to provide or for us to do. So it smacks to me of... we've just heard the Mayor accused of putting in a late amendment. This, to me, seems that there's very little preparation. It would need significant preparation for the council to decide what services are important to the community, what services do we want to take responsibility for, and rather than have the state government come in and tell us, well, we're going to do this and you can do that, and we don't know what we end up with. So I will definitely be voting against this amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Causey, and if the audience could just try and be a bit respectful because this is our debate. I will say I actually support this. I think there is an overlap between the three levels of government, and if we all had clearer guidelines, I think there would be a lot less trying to overlap on what we actually do. It would make it very clearer. So personally, I'm happy to support your first item.
And Madam Mayor, could I just ask a clarification question of the CEO? Is it not the case that when any major reform or amendment to any act in Parliament, particularly if it's a government bill, a whole consultation process is undertaken, like what we see with the Code of Meeting Practice tonight? And so therefore, our motion, if this part is adopted, and to comfort Councillor Causey, the legislative process dictates that there is proper consultation with councils. So that would be the time for councils to say, yes, we want to cover women's refuges if the state government is lacking. We want to cover this. We want to do that. That's the time. You don't need 10 pages of analysis when asking for legislative amendments. You need their support for legislative amendments and then make consultation submissions. Is that not correct, Mr. CEO?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, and I hope that allays the fears of both Councillors Causey and Glanville.
Okay, can we put this to the vote? All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Dillon. Those against? Oh, and myself. Sorry, those against? Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Causey. Declare that carried. Right, item number B.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. In relation to B, at the last council meeting, Mr Terry LaRue from the Greens political party raised the concern of numerous cost blowouts as well as lateness in the delivery of projects. We have also seen the North Sydney Council's North Sydney pool blow out by tens of millions of dollars. This highlights whether local government is properly equipped to manage significant projects of this magnitude. Furthermore, today I texted back and forth with the CEO. As people will remember, at the last council meeting, I asked a question whether I could be provided with a list of all projects where there have been cost blowouts, how much that cost, and the actual blowouts. Unfortunately, the CEO informed me late this afternoon that no such list exists. So therefore, and it would take considerable time to try and backtrack to get that information. I would think that a proper register is absolutely essential, and so therefore this change to the Act involves ensuring that councils are more transparent, held more accountable, and that there be proper guidelines put in to managing significant projects. It's very important.
Mr CEO, can I ask a question through you? Did Councillor De Luca want a list of all the capital works, or was it just significant capital works?
I wanted a list of any capital works project where there was a cost blowout or delay and whether we received penalty rates from those contracts. No register exists. We've got a property register, but we don't have a register of when these projects, or if they do, go over. So I think it's essential to have that information to hand at all times.
Okay. Councillor Glanville.
Sorry, to follow on from Councillor De Luca's point of question through you. I recall that we receive updates on how projects are tracking. Surely that there's information held by council on whether projects are on track, given that we're given that reporting, and perhaps can we have an explanation of what data, how we collate that, because surely this data exists and it's reported to us in terms of whether things are late, and I'm surprised that this data doesn't exist in the way that Councillor De Luca seeks.
Through the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will confirm that conversation did occur today. The request for the information in a central database doesn't exist. Council does report on projects. Council does report on overruns. Council does report on the requirement for funds to be transferred in or out of general funds on a quarterly basis. I will ask Mr Pfeiffer just to provide a fuller explanation of the management of individual projects, given the hundreds of projects that are completed every year. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, just to add to the matters that the CEO raised, Council does a wide range of capital works each year, ranging from a $10,000 project up to a $25 million project. The request was to have a look at every single project and each one, whether they went over time or over budget. That's a significant amount of data. What I said is we will provide reporting every year on every single project. To provide the information back to amalgamation, which was the request, is a significant amount of work. And noting the number of smaller projects, noting the number of smaller projects that council enters into, some of the data about whether or not they were on time to the day may not be available.
Okay,
Madam Mayor,
Councillor
I have
Hackman.
a question too.
Councillor Hackman, you had your light up next.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. My question is, I guess Councillor De Luca had the expectation after your parliamentary visit last Thursday and then your mayoral minute that came through on Tuesday, notwithstanding that there have been 2 days of a weekend, which I'm sure you had a lot of local community events on. But I'm just wondering about the expectation. I'm wondering if I could ask through you, Mayor, staff, the expectation that you could have a mayoral minute out to everyone within one business day versus having all of the capital works data back to amalgamation available in a single afternoon via a text request.
Sorry, that's not correct, Councillor Hackman.
I'm
It was
asking the
requested
Mayor.
at the last meeting over, so what was that, 28th of January? It was requested back then.
Oh, sorry, Councillor De Luca. I thought you said that you texted the CEO today.
I both emailed the CEO and the Director of Assets and Transport early in the week and the week before then, asking where's the information, and then today...
About capital works?
And then it was taken on notice at the last meeting and nothing had been provided. So then, today, I texted the CEO to express my concern that still zilch had been provided and that in view of the mayoral minute, I needed that information to move this amendment, and it still had not been provided. And that's when Mr. Phillips disclosed to me that there is not a register and that information is not relatively available.
Okay.
So it's not a matter of a day's notice, and I think you know me better. It was taken on notice on the 28th of January, and to this date, there has been no information or confirmation that it wouldn't be provided.
Thank you, Councillor De Luca. I just wanted to be sure because I know that we've had a lot of questions through, particularly around finance, and I've had to wait a couple of weeks for responses. So I just wanted to be clear about the expectations.
Thank you. I had a question too, just in relation to a follow-up from the Director of Transport and Assets to the CEO.
Okay, I've also got Councillor Glanville, and I did see another light on, but that's disappeared. Oh, Councillor Robins as well. So do you want to ask yours first, or can you wait?
Is it not the case that councils, by law, are required to maintain a contracts register, and shouldn't there therefore be monitoring of whether those contracts have been affected and specific performance affected?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, council is required to have a contracts management register.
And so with the monitoring of that register, on each contract executed, do you endeavour to ensure that that contract is complied with?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes.
So therefore, if there were cost blowouts, which we are aware there have been, or there have been time blowouts, have you indicated on a register or written to those who are party to those contracts that they've breached the contract?
Through you, Mayor Hines, where there's breaches of contract, then yes, council staff take action.
So therefore, have you kept a list of those occasions?
Through you, Mayor Hines, all council information is required to be managed in a document management system, so that will be recorded.
So therefore, why wasn't that provided to me today if it's in the document management system?
Through you, Mayor Hines, as I previously said, the amount of information is significant and needs to be collated.
So are you saying that we have such a systemic problem that we have that many projects that have had cost blowouts and time blowouts that you cannot provide that information?
Through you, Mayor Hines, no.
So therefore, unless a contractor had penalty provisions in a contract whereby there's a cost blowout or a time blowout, that information should be readily available unless there are that many that you cannot find them.
Through you, Mayor Hines, the request that you raised was to look at every project. And as such, council staff would need to look at every project, and to provide information that is valid and accurate, would need to actually look at every single project contract.
Through you, Madam Mayor, my questions were specific at the last council meeting and in all my documentary evidence, that all I wanted to know was how many projects had overrun with time and the overrun of costs. It did not require every project to be reported. It was only those where there had been a cost run out or a time blowout.
Okay, so Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I think Councillor DeLuca took a couple of my questions. In relation to the contract register, given that this is a document that exists, through you, Madam Mayor, would it be possible that moving forward this register is kept updated concerning current projects moving forward include data around whether the contract is on time and on budget?
Through to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I could just seek clarification, is it that council is seeking to maintain a single register only of those projects where there has been a cost?
No, well, I mean, so I'm hearing what the council staff are saying, that it would be an onerous task to track that data for every contract since amalgamation, and I can accept that for a lot of our lower value contracts, I can see how that task would blow out. What I'm simply suggesting is that for current and projects moving forward, that we whether it is possible for us to collect that data in order to keep track of these, even if it was with a numerical limit under which we don't bother tracking that data, but over which we recognise that we want to have better visibility over that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, we would be happy to discuss with Council further in respect of the information that you're seeking on a regular basis, so that we can align our document management system to provide that data to you.
Okay. Sorry, I also had a comment in relation to the substance of the amendment. I think that this has some merit to consider, whether even if the form of regulation is better guidance or different guidance or opportunities for shared learnings between councils. Certainly plenty of councils have the challenge of accurately scoping major projects, the problems with the, I guess, historical accuracy of the estimation of the costs of projects and those not keeping up. And as my motion, which has come through, is introducing things like cost-benefit and cost-effectiveness analysis to compare projects. So I think this particular aspect has some merit for further consideration by the state government.
Councillor Causey.
Yes, I'm going to speak against this amendment as well. I don't think that this is the place where we start discussing, or should be the place where we just start discussing whether or not our projects are well regulated or not. The underlying...
Please, the audience, be respectful. Thank you.
The underlying assumption of this amendment is that they are poorly regulated. And whilst I think we are all aware of contracts and projects that have had significant problems, that is not unusual in any organisation, public or private. And I feel that this amendment and the rest of them have been put up without enough consideration about the background, without us having enough background to actually make a decision on them reliably.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we're all trying to achieve the same outcome here, is a better regulated, more efficient council. I don't think there's anybody in the room which would disagree with that. However, I feel this specific line of the amendment is making an assumption that the state government's immune to project blowouts and to project time blowouts. I'm not sure we should be taking necessarily guidance from the state government on how to run projects. I think if we look to an act or a regulation to regulate how projects are run, I think therein lies a bit of madness. I'm not saying we do it well. I'm not saying anybody in government does, and I think it should be improved, but I don't think this specific part of the amendment actually helps with that.
Okay, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. My question's to the CEO. In relation to the answers provided by Mr Pfeiffer, could you please confirm that the contracts register is supposed to be available for public viewing at all times?
Through you, Mayor, yes, that's correct, that the contract register is on Council's website.
And that all CapEx projects require the value and the managers managing them and the cost-benefit analysis also publicly available?
No, that's not a requirement of the contract register.
Is that information publicly available?
No, the internal operations and staffing resourcing of the projects would not be a part of publicly available information on the contract.
What about, though, the amount and the actual cost benefits or the overlays? Is that available?
Through you, Mayor, yes, the amount is available, and when amendments or variations are made, that's also updated in the contract management system.
Is it not the case in relation to Councillor Beaujard's comments that, fortunately, each project of the state parliament or the state government has to be documented in its budget papers, and that on 3 times a year there are budget estimate committees for each portfolio, and each project is extensively interrogated, and if there are any problems they are identified and recommendations actually made by that oversight committee?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes.
So this legislation, and I seek to clarify it for your understanding, Mr CEO, is not to follow any incompetence of the state government. It is to regulate similarly to what the state government and the state parliament has introduced for itself. Do you see that as my intent?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor, I'm not sure that's for me to debate or to comment on.
I'm not asking you to debate, but as the CEO, you have to implement all resolutions. Are you clear on the intent of the amendment before the chair?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe so, yes.
Thank you. And as to Councillor Cawsey's concerns, can I get you to reiterate that, again, any amendment to substantive legislation is consulted upon publicly and will be the subject for this council and every other council to comment on?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, all draft legislation will be open to public comment prior to Parliament considering the matter.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
Councillor Cawsey, I was just about to put this on the vote. Do you have a...
Look, I'd just like to make a
You
point
have
of
a
order
question?
and with a question.
Okay.
I believe that this requires a lot of work to go through all these points and identify which ones are valid, you know, where there are underlying assumptions that may or may not be correct, and we're going to be here all evening doing this.
Okay, I'll take that as a comment.
So is there some way that we can defer this, go to a briefing with it and take it from there?
I already answered that in relation to your Greens colleague, Councillor Glanville, who's been most helpful in constructively participating in this debate. The Mayor has indicated that this matter is urgent. I have taken the time all day to properly research and properly investigate this matter and come up with these amendments. You can vote against it, you can vote for it. But as the Mayor said, they are urgent, and she has already supported Clause 1. So therefore, I think it's spurious what you're saying, and if you don't understand it, by all means vote against it. That is your conscience, and it is up to your community that you represent how you will be judged.
Thank you, Councillor De Luca. All right, can we just put this B to the vote? All those in favour of item B? Councillor Glanville, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor De Luca. All those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Declare that lost. Next one is item number C.
Sorry, excuse
Thanks,
me,
Madam Mayor.
Could I just go back to my point of order? That
I'm sorry, you ruled on the previous point of order. You can't just comment.
I was actually asking a question, is there some way that this could be deferred? And unfortunately...
No, because now we've voted on in seriatim. We have to vote on each one individually.
Okay.
All right? No ifs and buts around it. Okay, next one.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This motion seeks to bring into line local government salaries of senior executives and managers with the same scale of pay and the same system as state government executives. Currently, there is no regulation for the CEO's salary, nor any regulation for directors' salaries. This seeks to implement a process by which is transparent and accountable and similar to what the state government has itself. The federal government also has similarly, where all managers and directors, secretaries general, etc., are all based on a particular grading. Furthermore, it is imperative that we look at our own council. It keeps on being thrown around this place, as Doug said in his address, that our salaries are comparable. Comparable to what? Other local governments? Well, they're actually not. The Daily Telegraph revealed that Parramatta City Council, Blacktown City Council and City of Sydney Council, much greater populations than us, with more infrastructure to manage, do not spend the amount of wages that this council does. So therefore there is no comparability. Furthermore, the resident spoke, and I think it is a relevant and reasonable suggestion that we are not a corporation, we are not in competition, nor should we be, with our community, and therefore the salary scales of our executive are much different to the public sector. Indeed, the private sector, I should say. Indeed, if you're the CEO of the Commonwealth Bank, you are on money, but you have a board which is highly skilled, highly qualified and highly experienced to hold you accountable. You also have shareholders that keep you highly accountable, and you have the ASIC overseeing every move. We do not have that. So this seeks to bring fairness, it seeks to stop excess salaries, and it seeks to stop individuals who aren't necessarily qualified or experienced enough to determine such salaries. And I think it takes a lot of inherent conflict of interest out of the system.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey.
Once again, I would just point out that this proposal has not been workshopped with councillors. We have had no preparation about what would be an appropriate salary level at any level within the council. We also...
Can the audience just please let the councillors speak so that we can kind of move on and hear from the others? And for those of you who think we get paid a lot, I think the comparison, and I'll throw this as a comment, sorry, Councillor Causey, this constant comparison between a CEO who is a public servant and an elected person like the Premier is the wrong comparison. It's apples and oranges. You should actually be comparing. No, you should be comparing with the public servant in the Premier's office is probably the right one. That's my comment, but I'm going back to Councillor Causey, who's got 2 minutes and 39 seconds. Point of order, Councillor De Luca.
No, I'm not.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My point of order is I've just been misrepresented, and I think Mr Doug was also misrepresented. My motion is in relation to the same salary scale that has been introduced by the state and federal governments for public servants, not for the Premier, not for the Prime Minister, although acknowledging that our CEO is on more money than the state Premier.
Which is, thank you very much. Councillor Causey, you've got 2 minutes and 39 seconds left.
So, as I was saying, our staff are actually paid in accordance with the government benchmarks for executives for a large metropolitan council, which is what we are, and the rest of our staff are paid according to the local government award, of which there's just recently been an increase. So, as I was saying, we have had no opportunity to discuss this issue of our executive pay. Our executives are on contracts anyway, so we won't be doing anything with their current pay levels anyway. And this is something that would need a lot of consideration before we put something to the state government without having even considered the case.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville, you had your light on?
Through you, a question to the mover regarding the second half concerning vehicles. I wanted to clarify whether the intention was purchasing of vehicles that can be used for personal use. As I understand, a number of our staff require vehicles for their day-to-day workplace duties, and I think that it's reasonable for council to purchase vehicles that can be used by staff for the actual performance of their work duties, and whether some clarification in that wording is required to clarify that.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and I again thank Councillor Glanville for her constructive contribution. The intent of the motion there is, as you know, Council has spent $3.3 million on vehicles for its executive. The intent there is to have novated leases for those who wish to use their vehicles for a predominantly private purpose, same as the state and same as the federal governments. So if you want to make that more specific, I'm happy to accept an amendment or an inclusion.
Yeah, my suggestion would be some sort of words along the lines of vehicles for personal use using ratepayers' money, because, as I said, I think it's reasonable for there to be vehicles available for staff to use for their work duties.
Yep, I'm happy with that. So if the clause could be amended so that it now reads, and also introduce legislation to ensure that council senior executives and officers are not purchased vehicles using ratepayers' money for personal use, and that salary sacrificing and novated leasing is introduced. So with executive salaries and executive entitlements, Councillor Glanville, most of our executives do not use their vehicles, other than I'd say the Director of Planning if she's doing a site inspection. I can't see them using their vehicles for any council work unless they're going to events or something like that. But of course that would be on a merit by merit situation, but I don't think council needs to buy vehicles to go to an event.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grattan, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, just a couple of questions. The salary scales for senior executives and management, what benchmarking is currently in place for our senior management staff?
To the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, for clarity, as this motion primarily deals with the CEO's salary, I'll refer questions to the Chief Operating Officer.
Through you, Mayor. So Local Government New South Wales do benchmarking of executive roles, and we also make use of external recruiters who benchmark across specific industries for executive level positions.
And then with the New South Wales Government Senior Executives, Senior Officers pay scales, if that was to be applied to, it says senior executives and managements in this motion, so I guess, whether that's the CEO or the CEO and directors, what might be the impact on the average wage or salary packaging of those groups? Is it possible it could actually go up because we pay below that state government pay scale?
I am not aware of the scale to know that, but it is possible it could go either way for specific roles. I will clarify, however, that the ruling legislation has recently changed and there will only be one staff member, the general manager or CEO at a council that is senior staff. Everybody else needs to be moved to salaried staff under the award. That's not a choice of discretion, that's a movement that's already happened under the legislation.
And though under the legislation for all other staff other than the CEO, how is that? Is that in an award or a scale that's pre-existing, or how are those salaries set if they're under an award?
So each council sets a pay scale in accordance with the benchmarks and the relative information, and that is a process that every council in New South Wales will now need to do to ensure the bands cover roles at such levels as executive director that previously might have been senior staff.
Okay, so just because I quite like the idea of having salary scales, and I think that's transparent, but is this duplicating something that's already in train with, or is there still scope for discretion in how we pay our senior staff in relation to these scales?
So at present, a council can determine its pay schedule, pay scale for roles, whereas I understand the intent here that it would be a standard approach of pay scale for local government like is done in state.
Okay. And final, my understanding is that local government sector tends to pay around 15 to 20% below the state government equivalent. Is that something we've got any data on or could confirm, or is that just a rule of thumb?
I would need to source that information to confirm to councillors. I'm not aware of that difference.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hackerman, you were next, but I can understand your questioning because we quite often get headhunted, our staff here, by state government because they pay more. Okay, Councillor Hackerman.
Thank you, ma'am. My question relates to the vehicles, specifically about salary sacrificing, and I just wanted to ask staff through you, Mayor, if those vehicles were purchased with the intent to comply with the reduction in carbon emissions according to Protect, Create, Live strategy. Was there a previous resolution of council about those vehicles being purchased for environmental reasons? It's a question.
Through you, Mayor, there was a pilot scheme of electric vehicles purchased that is different to our current leaseback scheme that is mentioned here, where staff pay a weekly fee to access a vehicle.
Okay. And do we have any data on how many of those are EVs versus non-EVs?
Councillor Beaujard.
Sorry, I had my light on for 5 minutes before Nick.
Okay, sorry, apologies, didn't see that.
Thank you. And the reason why I'm jumping in is it's more relevant. Can you please stop scoffing at me? It's very rude, Councillor Causey. Showed some common decency.
Councillor, please.
Gosh, unbelievable.
Keep the comments
Okay,
to
so
yourself.
just in relation to the question regarding state as opposed to local government, as Ms Loveridge has confirmed, state government are not determining local government's salaries. There is still the discretion of local government to determine their own salaries. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, yes.
Thank you. And do you understand that this clause is therefore for the state government to regulate the salary scales in accordance with senior officers and senior executive service officers scales, as is presently the case with the state government?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, advocacy for that.
Thank you. In relation to the comment by Councillor Grattan that recruiters can recommend a salary, is it not the case that recruiters actually receive both a fee and a bonus payment for such recruitment, and that the...
Councillor Grattan, what's the point of order?
Well, it's been misattributed. I didn't talk about recruiters at all, Councillor De Luca.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said that with the benchmarking that recruiters, that we've
Didn't say anything
gone
about
to
recruiters. I was just asking about benchmarking.
So who did? I thought it was
Somebody
you.
else. No, it wasn't me, sorry.
Okay, well, just in relation to
Okay, so-
recruiters,
yep.
is it not the case that they too have an inherent conflict of interest because they're being paid to find people and they actually get part of that person's salary as well as a fee based on the salary?
Councillor, through you.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, recruiters have a contract for services and they can have feedback or provide comparative data. Ultimately, it's to the council's decision, but they provide comparative data, whether through recruitment they might have done or other industry measures for council to consider and determine.
Thank you. So there is an inherent conflict of interest on the part of recruiters to recommend higher salaries because they get a benefit. So in relation to the comment about whether the salaries would go up of council if the government were to so regulate, is it not the case that the only departmental secretary in the entire state that earns more than a CEO or general manager of a council is the Secretary of Premier and Cabinet?
Through you, Mayor. No, that's not correct as we understand it.
So what is the salary of any other officer, departmental secretary, other than Premier and Cabinet that earns more than our people here or other councils, noting the salaries of all general managers?
Through you, Mayor, we'd need to source the information of each of the agency leads for the
So
salary
it's probably
information.
not proper to say it's not correct when you're not actually sure of that answer, so...
Okay, Councillor De Luca, can we put this to the vote now?
No, I still have questions. Is it not the case that recently council advertised a position for an executive assistant to the manager of compliance? Can you please advise the actual salary proposed in that advertisement?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure whether we listed a salary or a range. I don't have that information in hand.
So I think from memory it was either $108,000 up to $112,000. Yep. Are you aware that numerous managers of business units at the state level are paid significantly less than that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, without in any way seeking to frustrate the debate, I'm not in a position to discuss the merits of salaries of staff in an open forum. I'm more than happy to answer those questions to Council in a confidential session consistent with the Local Government Act.
Madam Mayor, can I just request that, we actually vote on this? I think the councillors have the general feel of it. I think many of us propose to support it, and it's taking us an awful long time just to get to point 3, and we have a great deal of other points, plus a full agenda tonight. So with Councillor De Luca's indulgence, I would put the motion.
Councillor.
Sorry, I was trying to establish that there are managers of units of state government departments on less, and, you know, there's one executive assistant in this place that I'd be happy to put as the CEO, with the greatest respect to the CEO, and he knows that woman, and I think he'd share that view. However, I should also point out that the Remuneration Tribunal actually regulates state public sector executive pays. It does not regulate local government. So we need to be the same as state government and federal government. So with that, I hope Council will vote for transparency and accountability and to go on to the same system as what state and federal public servants are on.
Okay. And with that, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca. Those against? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Oh, and Councillor Beaujard. Declare that carried. Okay.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll be quick on this one because I would hope that... Sorry, Nick, can I just speak on this one? Thanks. I'll carry on. That's a good old English saying. I like that one. Carry on. So in relation to Clause D, our community have significant concerns that the consultation process for this rate rise has been over the Christmas period and the holiday period. Now that is set by regulation and it is exceptionally hard on people to obtain fact and also comment. And so I think the government needs to ensure that IPART conducts amends legislation to prevent councils and independent pricing and regulatory tribunals from advertising or notifying and consulting on special rate review increases during a holiday period, particularly Christmas and the New Year.
Okay. Councillor DeLuca, I'm very happy to support that because in the recent inquiry, this is exactly one of the recommendations that came out of it. So it is felt by councils all across New South Wales who agree that having an early February deadline is just not convenient for their communities. If no one else has anything to say, we can put that one to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that unanimous.
On the next...
Except for Councillor Beaujard.
He went missing.
He
didn't carry on. He left.
Councillor Beaujard's gone to the bathroom.
Okay, so on E, that the government ensures that IPART conducts a public hearing inviting members of the public to appear in and make submissions in relation to any special rate rise application. Currently, I understand, and the CEO or the Chief Operating Officer might wish to confirm this, but I understand from a North Sydney councillor that this is only the case if a certain amount of people request it. So therefore, I just think it should be automatic and give the community the democratic right to have their say, particularly in view of the recent issue whereby, and in the past, whereby people have been denied having their say because of the Christmas New Year period.
Okay, Councillor Robins.
Sorry, I just got a question through the Mayor to the CEO. Is what DeLuca was saying correct? What's the process as per the point?
Through you, Mayor, yes, IPART will determine what they do and we have no say or ability to ask or inquire through this process.
So I think it's only fair that we seek the government to amend legislation to make it mandatory. Why are we shutting out communities?
Okay, we ready to put this to the vote? All those in favour? Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Dillon, Causey and Councillor Robins. Those against? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan and myself. Declare that carried. Okay, next one.
On the next motion, Madam Mayor, I adopt your wording that we're calling upon the government to deliver state assistance to Northern Beaches Council budgets by reducing direct levies and cost shifting. But for the reasons that I outlined earlier, I have taken out specificity that you put because of the accuracy in bundling it. I think that we do have to be very general there, and I do think that this actually includes other areas where the state government should be funding us, i.e. if we are giving extra assistance to women's refuges or children's shelters or other services that we provide, like the youth hub at Avalon, the government should be recompensing us. The other day I met with Streetwork as an example, and they were telling us that DCJ, they're referring kids constantly to DCJ. They're using our facilities, thankfully, and they appreciate that, but they're getting no recompense, nor is council getting any recompense from the state government in that regard. So I'm deliberately keeping this wide, Madam Mayor, so that we're not limiting our options.
Councillor Glanville.
Councillor DeLuca, would you consider amending the words noting waste disposal onwards? As I think, although I take your point that there was some bundling of issues, nonetheless, those are costs that are passed on to the community that...
I'm happy to take that out. I only included that in case that it was going to be dealt with in Globo and that there was no opportunity to speak.
I mean, I think if you change it to by reducing direct levies, cost, direct levies and cost shifting, and various waste disposal costs passed on to the community. I mean, I think it was a fair point in the original motion that waste disposal costs.
Yes,
there is
I'm happy
an
with that.
unfairness about the waste levy, how much the community pays in one way or another, but does not get the same benefit back. And is an issue that I personally have raised with the EPA to not much success, but so perhaps by reducing direct levies and cost shifting, including waste disposal costs where waste levies are not returned to the community.
Yep, I'm happy with that, and thank
Okay,
you for your contribution.
Okay, if we're ready, can we put this to the vote?
Yes, unless there's any others, sorry.
Okay, all those in favour?
Haven't got the words right yet on the screen.
Hang on. Sorry, governance, can we just have a quick look here? Thank you.
We're taking out the end, I believe. Do not come out of rates and to the end, I think. Is that correct, Councillor DeLuca?
Sorry. Delete from noting that waste disposal costs to the end of the sentence. Yeah, so, okay, in that sentence, where levies are not, oh, sorry, yeah, do not, just from do not till the full stop. And possibly need to specify where waste levies are not returned to the community.
And in view of that, we therefore wouldn't then have to vote on G, and that can be withdrawn, seeing that's covered by your addition. So if this is passed, I'll withdraw G for the benefit of the meeting.
Yep. Okay, we're happy with the wording. Ready to move on? All those in favour? Declare that one unanimous.
So therefore, in view of that, it covers G, so I'll withdraw G.
Okay.
And then we go to H. Now, this is something, as someone who actually did a degree in special education while I was doing law, I feel very strongly about. While I understand the need to charge, Madam Mayor, and I have agreed for many years that we should be charging private schools who receive an excessive amount of funding from the federal government, as well as some churches. They don't do many charitable works, but the great majority do. So therefore, if we do adopt what you had earlier, Madam Mayor, I do fear that this would have an adverse impact on our Crown lands where we do collect a lot of money in rent or leasing. It would also impact on all the poor people that are in the retirement villages, the nursing homes, community housing, as well as charities operating under religious organisations if they weren't given exemptions. So I think they should be made to justify their contributions. So I'm not saying an outright exemption, but, and that's what I've put in HI, but I don't think we should throw everyone into the same category. This council has adopted a affordable housing scheme. So if that is on Crown land, do we really want that rate introduced and the exemption taken away? So I just thought we needed to address that so that we don't actually have a double-edged sword. So I hope that councillors will vote for this to protect the vulnerable, particularly those who are in schools where the predominance is special education. If you look at Freshwater Campus as an example, noting it's not private, but it is on Crown land, they have a brilliant special ed school. St Lucy's is for autistic kids. So I do think we have to be very careful.
Yep. Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. Can I ask, in terms of the structure of H, it's unclear to me whether I is intended to fall under that. Just H ends in a semicolon, but then your list goes I and J, and it wasn't clear to me whether I was intended to be a sub-bullet under H.
Sorry. It was supposed to be included to give an explanatory that we don't want to go full ball and remove exemptions for those classes, as I just indicated.
Sure.
So if you want to make that a dot point or a one.
Yeah. Can I suggest instead the wording, and sorry to the community, you all love wordsmithing on the floor, unless they are providing special education services to the disabled or support for low economic and the socially disadvantaged, and just close the bracket, and then keep I as a separate point, and then if you'd consider rephrasing I to consideration of exemptions for Crown land hospitals, retirement villages, yada yada.
Upon evidence.
Because I do think, for example, some retirement villages and nursing homes are for profit, and I do not necessarily think that for-profit organisations should be given an exemption in that matter. However, I recognise that there are a number of retirement villages that are on a not-for-profit model where it may impact their viability, and I think in relation to I in general, I think it's worth the state government looking at the numbers in terms of the viability of charging or continuing to exempt rates for those organisations, given the potential impact it would have.
Yep, totally agree, and I thank you for that because it is helpful.
Yeah. Okay. Let me look at, so consideration of exemptions as well as, I think just between this could significantly adversely impact, including considering the impact on vulnerable people. I think that so instead of this could significantly adversely impact, just right, consider the impact on vulnerable people, facilities and services. In relation to the last part about council making money and income from Crown land leases, can we make that a separate sub-bullet? Because I think I might need to hear from staff whether the underlying economic assumption there is correct. I'm not sure I fully understand that point that is being made and whether...
I'm happy with that.
Would you consider wording it to consideration of the impact on income of Crown land? Because I'm not comfortable asserting it would increase or decrease council's costs. I think we would need to understand the economic analysis.
Yep, that's fine.
Just so...
So as you know, we receive leasing fees from surf lifesaving clubs, golf courses, numerous other swimming clubhouses now. So if they were all to be rated, or we have to pay rates on that. We've got cafes up tonight as an example for tendering. We'd have to pay rates on that. So it just goes against what I think the intent is, but I totally understand your proposal and I think that captures it.
Yeah, can we delete that this could actually increase council's costs, because I'm not, as I said...
That's fine as long as it contemplates it as a consideration.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Okay, we're happy with that? No. I had Councillor Causey and then Councillor Hackman.
Look, I will repeat again here that we are basically making policy on the run and then proposing to send this off to the state government without having had adequate time to discuss the implications of any of the proposals
Just
that
a point of order,
put
Madam
here.
Chair.
I'm sorry.
I refer to the Code of Meeting Practice that you can stop a councillor who is continually being repetitious or vexatious in their comments. Councillor Causey has raised that concern on every clause so far, and therefore you can rule that she needs to stop being repetitious and wasting the time of the meeting. Her Greens colleagues have been so constructive, and I think this is not policy on the run, it is to get a good outcome.
But thank you for your point of order, and I think what we'll do is just move on because...
Well, I do have a substantial point that I would like to make.
Can I come back to that, because I've got Councillor Hackman, I've also got Councillor Harvey, or you've changed your mind? Okay.
Councillor De Luca, I just have a couple of questions about this one. In terms of the private education rate exemption, private education school rate exemption, I just wanted to know what your definition of special education or services to the disabled is.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor Hackman. As you know, the Department of Education has classifications on special education. There can be behaviourally disturbed, there can be emotionally disturbed, there can be advanced classes for those that don't fit into the general system, to those on the NDIS, be it autistic, be it physically impaired, be it mentally impaired. So it is to take into consideration those people, and like a school like St Lucy's, who do, I believe, a brilliant job in actually helping both physically and mentally disabled children. So I wouldn't want to see them. And that's just one example. Yeah. In the
St.
Fairfield
Lucy's,
area,
though,
you've got...
Councillor De Luca is in Wahroonga, though.
Yeah, but we have them too. We're talking about, this is state legislation.
Yep,
so it will impact the entirety.
We're trying to
As an example, in Fairfield,
beaches.
there is a school, the Autism Advisory and Support Service, where numerous people from the Northern Beaches goes there. Now, they're exempt.
Thank you, Councillor De Luca. Okay, Councillor Glanville.
Sorry, I'm not finished.
Oh, you're not finished?
I wanted to say thank you, Councillor De Luca. It does make me quite confused because, one, I don't see autism as a disability. I think we need to have more positive language around that. And I'm a little bit confused about the special education services, particularly across private education schools that aren't particularly focused on only providing that, because many private education schools across our electorate do provide some kind of token individual education plans for the cohort that I think you're referring to. And so what I'm interpreting is that I think you're asking that every single private school on the Northern Beaches or in a state, if we're referring this to the state government, would now be eligible for paying rates. Is that correct?
You can turn their microphone off. No, they would have to prove and justify why they're entitled to an exemption. So the only reason why, in relation to autism as an example, I said it is considered a disability is because many of that, if you listen to the Senate inquiry on the NDIS and autism, it has been argued that that falls under the NDIS and therefore it is classified as a disability. I do not want to see, and I don't think anyone in this room wants to see, a hole exemption to private schools, and it's the same with churches. You and I both know that there are churches that do significant amounts of charity and there are ones that aren't and driving around in really nice cars. So it would be on, similar to land tax, you have to justify an exemption if you're seeking an exemption on land tax.
Thank you for clarifying. I'm just questioning because one school in particular that's not far from here, that's a private school, does cater for services to the disabled in a small cohort, but it's very much tick the box. And I think they would argue that they would be exempt because they do that, but they don't do it very well. And they have an income of $29 million a year. And expenses of 27, and they are overfunded by the federal government by 120%. And I just think that they would be able to apply for an exemption based on a very tiny amount of supposed and token accommodations to the disabled cohort of ones that are registered in the DSM-5, such as autism, but potentially not ADHD, which we know is quite prevalent and, you know, affects more than 30% of our electorate. So I'm just concerned that we're creating a loophole here for private schools to apply for exemptions.
Sorry, just in response to that quickly, Councillor Bingham has pointed out we need to move on. This is not legislation. We are just seeking the government to look at it, and I totally agree with you that it does need to have classes of exemption and evidence to back up. Now, the example that you have just given, I think, is very relevant, and you would hope that in drafting legislation, and I've seen it drafted before, as you know, that would be captured. Now, at the present time, churches are not, well, they are exempt, and we don't want that because you see a certain church which has had numerous problems with, if we want to get down to it, sexual assault cases, and they're getting an exemption and they make nearly $1 billion a year. So I am with you, I support you, but we're not writing the legislation. The legislation, if they even choose to listen to us, and I hope they will then draft a paper out for consultation, they'll come to us, they'll go to every other local government, and that's the time when we can make our submissions.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, would you consider just removing the brackets? Because it's such a grey area. And also just, I know we've got to move on, but with the hospital, could you say public hospital getting an exemption?
The brackets were, I think, a good idea by Councillor Glanville. Say it's for a hospital. Look at Northern Beaches Hospital. How are you going to determine, because it's on Crown land, the entirety of it, what's public, what's private? And say we do one day, hopefully, achieve a return to public, what then? So I'm happy if it does assist you and does comfort you to remove the brackets, but I do think we will need, and I'm sure we all will, make submissions to any parliamentary inquiry or any position paper on future legislation.
Okay, Councillor Glanville, you were next. I've also got Councillor Causey and Councillor Giltman. No, I've been writing it down.
Mine's very minor. It's actually just me proofreading the amendment. There's a grammatical problem there, and socially disadvantaged. I think it would better read comma and further considering semicolon and then deleting considerations of exemptions and just exemptions, and then in sub-bullet 2 the impact of income, and we don't need the noting that. The noting that is what is muddying the legibility of the sentences here. Councillor De Luca, is that acceptable?
Miranda? Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Are you happy with that, Councillor Hackman?
I think that's fine, but I just wanted to note that when I asked to remove the brackets, I wasn't referring to the actual punctuation. I was referring to the entire contents within the brackets.
I think we've got to have some specificity, though, on exemptions, that's all.
Okay, I think it's too much of a grey area, so I'm sorry I won't be able to support it.
Okay.
Could we just include providing substantial or significant special education services or material?
Okay, yes, that's a good idea.
Okay, Councillor Causey.
Look, I would like to point out that the private school sector gets more government funding than the public school sector. Private schools across the Northern Beaches own millions and millions of dollars worth of property, and they also get a larger share. Those who have students with disabilities enrolled also get a larger allowance for those students. So I think that this sort of exemption is completely inappropriate, and we just need to be ensuring that private schools are paying their rates.
Councillor Giltman.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. No, I was just on the TV the other night where a reporter was interviewing a principal of a private school, and he said, what do you think about these councillors that they're going to probably introduce rates on your school? She said, I don't have a problem with it. I'll just put it on the school fees.
Okay, with that, are we up to putting this to the vote? All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca and myself. Those against? Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Causey. Declare that carried. Councillor Dillon, are you for or against? Against. Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, item I.
Can we just put this one to the vote? J.
Oh, sorry, I'm up to J.
We're up to J, and I recommend that we just put it to the vote.
Yes, if everyone's happy with that.
I just had a question because we've changed it from implement in full to urgently respond, and I was just wondering why the change.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Grattan. As you know, the government is yet to respond. One of the reasons why my motion regarding e-bikes and e-scooters was deferred, as you know, was to give time for the government to respond and furnish their report. So there might be things in there that we don't necessarily support based on what we've just moved. So I just think we need not to fetter our discretion in that regard and just await to see their report, but they need to urgently respond to it.
Hence the fact it was urgent. Okay, all those in favour? Okay, Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca. Sorry, I didn't see your hand up. Okay, and Councillor Glanville, those against. Councillor Dillon and Councillor Causey, declare that carried. And number 2.
Madam Mayor, given that I expect item number 2 will involve a little bit of debate, can I move a procedural motion that we have a break for 10 minutes, please?
Is that seconded by anybody? Councillor Williams. All those in favour? Okay, declare that carried. We're moving into a break at 8:19 and we'll see you back here at 8:29.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This motion actually goes to getting a legal opinion. I messaged after meeting with the CEO on the 28th of January, both the CEO and the Director of Transport and Assets said that the legislation is, my words, cumbersome. You said it is obstructive in some ways. So I've spoken to Crown Lands, I've spoken to staffers, and they said, well, it would help if we actually identify exactly what is needed. So this is just merely to get a legal opinion and identify what could be done better. To already anticipate an argument by Councillor Causey, this is not to sell off land. This is not to lease off land. This is just to address any concerns that our management have and have identified already with the existing legislation, be it the Local Government Act 1993 or Crown Land Management Act. Now, our in-house counsel, I think, is more than capable of doing that, but if need be, and you need a specialist, I don't see what's the problem. So I commend that to you because it is something that management have indicated is an issue, and it's something that I think we should be getting legal advice on, report it back to council, and then go from there with our representations to government.
Councillor Causey.
Well, once again, I'm not aware of what the issues are with why it's difficult to dispose of land. We haven't had a briefing about any of this, and I would want to be better informed before we start asking for legal advice and spending money on it. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question of the CEO?
Councillor De Luca.
When councillors were inducted, is it not the case that you took them through legislative requirements, the Local Government Act, relevant legislation, the Code of Conduct, the Code of Meeting Practice, and all relevant documents and rules in relation to local government?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, at the highest level, and we dove into those areas which were most relevant to commence your process as councillors.
Thank you. In relation to legal advice, do we have a highly experienced in-house legal counsel of many years' experience and extensive qualifications who has previously furnished advices from memory on such things as the reclassification of lands pursuant to the Crown Lands Management Act, as well as many issues involving the Local Government Act and also plans of management and administrative law matters in relation to the Local Government Act? And is he not capable enough to work with you and your staff to identify issues that you have already identified as needing changes within the Act?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A lot in that. Certainly, we do have a highly qualified, experienced and capable General Counsel with supporting staff that can provide advice that Council seeks of this nature.
Thank you. So I hope that allays Councillor Causey's concerns there.
Thank you for that. Councillor Causey.
No, it doesn't allay my concerns, as with most of Councillor De Luca's other points. As I said, we haven't discussed this issue before. We do have staff who are very well qualified to inform us about some of these issues and whether or not there's a need to delve into it further and spend more staff time on those issues.
Okay, Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. Councillor De Luca, would you consider making this that the councillors receive a briefing on this topic? As I think what we're hearing is that some councillors would like to understand. I'll take you at your word when you say that the staff have expressed that it's a challenging legislative framework, and I think perhaps the councillors would like to understand that framework a bit better.
My only concern with this is delay, and if we're writing to seek legislative reform, I do think it needs to be one package, and it does concern me that the CEO has indicated councillors have been briefed. Councillor Causey is in her second term, I should say, of public office, and therefore we've dealt with these matters before, we've been briefed on these matters before. Briefing notes have even been issued on both acts, so that does concern me. If a briefing for those councillors that seek information could be perhaps held separately, I'm fine, but it needs to be expeditiously, and this would have to be reported back, if possible, to the next meeting of council, if that's possible. So therefore, I think, so the CEO is saying it's not possible. So I just think a briefing would delay it. I think if councillors have any concerns as to their understanding of what the problems are, let the CEO and council's in-house legal counsel prepare the paper and come to the most relevant council meeting that they think is possible. This is not going straight to the government. The motion reads that a legal opinion be sought and reported to council recommending any required changes. And so that, again, gives time for council to properly look into it and then report back to us. And any questions can be answered there. But I do think some people will never be satisfied because they have ideological opposition to such matters, not that it's not understandable.
Okay, Mr. CEO, could you just share what you just said to me?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, if it's any assistance to you, prior to bringing a matter of this nature back to the council, as is routine, we would conduct a briefing session for councillors first. So you would receive in a normal course of events, you would receive a briefing and then we would place the matter on the business paper following that.
Okay, thank you. I now have, is it still you, Councillor Glanville? You have another question?
Thank you. In relation to the first sentence, noting the CEO and Director of Transports, etc., that is too difficult, ... to the comma, through you, Madam Mayor, can staff confirm whether that is their opinion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is our understanding that the intent of Clause 2 would be to facilitate an easier process for council to be able to dispose of land, which would untangle the existing provisions of the Local Government Act, which require, amongst other things, a series of consultations and possibly public inquiries, if there are any objections, to the disposal of community land. It is a large and complex section of the Local Government Act, and it is currently drafted in such a manner that the complexities of the sale of council land would require a lengthy and an expensive process. So we would be interpreting this clause to provide opportunities for the sale of council land to be a more streamlined and easier process to put to government for amended legislation.
Councillor Bingham.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Given that it's 8 years since we've amalgamated and the so-called property committee has met on and off and not really achieved anything, in fact nothing, we've had no real progress, I would support this section of the motion. I think we should get our in-house counsel to provide legal advice, and let's see where that takes us.
Councillor Harvey. Okay, I might just put a comment in here. I think I'm concerned about the fact that we can sell council land faster. I've certainly been aware over the years of times where it feels like a good idea, but sometimes the process being slow is a good thing because it makes you reassess if you're really discussing it the right way or not. So I just wonder if the answer of selling certainly Crown land is one that is there for a reason to make people stop and think before we just do a fire sale on land. That would be my only concern on this. Councillor De Luca.
Just to ask the CEO, of those properties that have been contemplated by Council's executive, and there is an existing resolution for one, the Oaks Avenue car park, this isn't to make things necessarily faster. Is this not to try and just take out the duplication of red tape and give councils the ability to at least be able to still put things to public inquiries such as land reclassifications, but not with the expense and not the numerous other steps that have to be taken? So what do you see as the major barriers in the existing legislation? I think you alluded to them earlier, but can you please be more specific? What prevents, what are the biggest hurdles in both the Local Government Act and the Crown Lands Management Act? And I don't think that it is necessarily in relation to all Crown lands. We have our own property, as you know, and definitely, as Councillor Robins has said, she's on that property committee. I think she knows as well that we need to do things, but often we're tired from doing it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, this section of the Local Government Act is highly complex. It is difficult to be succinct in respect of a holistic answer. However, I might just defer to Director of Assets and Transport to provide his expertise in respect of recent examples.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Hines. The challenge of council disposing of land is difficult if it's community titled land. Council owns both operational land and community titled land, of which most of our land is community titled land. To change land from community land to operational land needs a planning proposal. That's quite a lengthy process. It's also quite an expensive process, and it's not a short process. And that is a significant barrier in terms of moving forward with any sale of land which is community titled.
Okay, are we in position to put this to the vote? All those in favour? Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca. All those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Declare that lost. Okay. Right, we're all ready for the amendment becoming the motion. Motion without a motion would be nice. Okay. All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor... Oh, okay, sorry. We've looked at it close and personal all night, so... Okay, so the numbering's wrong, but that'll be fixed. So ignore the numbering, all those of you who are very particular. Okay, we're ready? All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca. And those against? Councillor, oh, you were for. Councillor Hackerman is for. Those against is Councillor Dylan Causey and myself. Okay, declare that carried. Right, item 9.2. Councillor DeLuca, is it a question?
Yes, thank you. So someone else might want to move it.
Okay, Councillor Robins and Councillor Grattan. Question?
Yes, I just had concern that in the minutes of both the ordinary council meeting as well as the extraordinary meeting, the SRV was not contemplated nor considered. Could I please get some advice on why that was not the case? This was before the election, so I thought it would have been most relevant to consider this and give some transparency to the public that there was a prospect of an SRV coming, but I can't see it in the minutes of either meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, at the September ARIC meeting, and indeed at each of the ARIC meetings that I have been in attendance, I have in my verbal update to the ARIC discussed the contemplation of a putting to the council a recommendation for a special variation to rates following the legislative process.
So why was that not documented in the minutes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, the minutes of the meeting reflect that the ARIC noted my verbal update. So the specifics of what was discussed aren't included in the minutes in a similar manner to the discussion in a council meeting is not detailed in the minutes.
Just in future, when it's something so significant as this, is it possible that it actually be noted? Because if that had been noted in the audit reports and the minutes, I think it may have had a significant impact on certain councillors around this chamber in how they went about this. They would have asked questions at the time, and I think the public would have been aware of this, and clearly they weren't because it wasn't openly documented. So my only question would be, in the future, if there's such a significant matter, could it please be actually documented?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I'd be happy to take that request back to the Chair of the ARIC and ask for the ARIC to consider that at its next meeting.
Thank you. And also, a resident wrote to me asking for a response directly from the chairperson of ARIC. I haven't gotten a response to that as yet. Could I please be advised as to when a response is anticipated?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, that would be a matter for the Chair of ARIC to determine whether or not to respond directly to a resident. All I'd be able to do here is to advise the Chair that the matter was debated or the question was asked at the council meeting, and the Chair then has that opportunity if the Chair so wishes.
Could you please ask them to confirm whether they are responding or not and report that back to councillors or myself as the person making representations on behalf of that resident?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we can put this to the vote. All those in favour? Anyone against? Declare that carried. Item 9.3, review and revocation of various policies. Councillor Glanville.
I circulated an amended version of this to governance, so I'm not sure whether someone else wishes to move it, or I'm happy to move it with my amendments.
You're going to second it, or are you moving the original?
I'll second.
Sorry, what?
Original.
You're moving the original? Okay. And seconded by Councillor Robins. Okay, and then we'll have just the amendment. Was it on one or on two policies? I can't remember.
Essentially to no longer revoke the
yes,
the financial assistance policy, and also a suggestion that
The exemption for the swim, if you
yeah.
don't mind.
So one of the something I found interesting and concerning is that swim centre staff are not mandatory reporters, and I think there's some good policy reasons why consideration should be given to that by the state government, given that swim centre staff see children regularly. They see children in swimsuits, which may mean that they observe abuse. Swim centres have opportunities, unfortunately, where offenders may choose to offend, and other staff may have an opportunity to observe suspicious behaviour. I'm comfortable that our own policy puts an impetus on our staff to report that. However, as a kind of broader policy consideration, I think that the state government should consider making all swim centre staff mandatory reporters. Obviously, it's just for them to consider that. They may come to a conclusion that it's not feasible, but the report prompted me to raise that as a suggestion. The other amendment is to continue retaining our assistance to charitable and not-for-profit organisations for waste disposal. It's clear one of the rationale for removal of the policy was that there hasn't been a good uptick, and I think we should, but I understand only 8 organisations were actually contacted to let them know the policy existed. I think it's worthwhile contacting more organisations and letting them know that this assistance exists. And I've made some suggestions about the types of organisations that might want to take up the offer, but for the relatively modest cost, I could see that, for example, our beach clean groups would probably potentially greatly appreciate having the opportunity to have some reliance on this policy.
Okay, seconded by?
I'll second it.
Councillor Hackman. Anyone else want to speak to this? Put it to the vote. This is the amendment. All those in... Councillor Robins, quick questions?
Oh, sorry. Yep. I just have some questions of Mr. Dixon. Just the report stated that this in August 2021, it was a consolidated policy from the three previous councils. How long has this policy or this program been in existence for? Do you know, from going back when they had the 3 separate policies?
Through you, Mayor Hines, not sure about the existence back into history, but I know at amalgamation there were 2 policy positions in place from the former Pittwater and the former Warringah. There was no policy position from the former Manly. We harmonised a policy in 2021, and as part of that process undertook a range of engagement activities as per our normal processes, including with various charities. We've received 1 application during the life of the previous iteration of the policy, and we've had no applications since that the current policy was put in place in October 2021.
Thank you. So you answered my next question, was how many organisations or not-for-profits have taken advantage of it. So has this policy been advertised, or how have you let the various groups know of it?
Through you, Mayor Hines, so given the lack of uptake and the fact that the policy was up for review, we contacted a number of agencies, around 8 charities that were registered as community service with community service exemptions, which means they don't have to pay the waste services levy, which is an important part of that process. We've contacted 8 of those charities to advise them of the existence of the scheme, particularly heading into the busy sort of Christmas period, and we haven't had, again, any applications from any of those groups.
Right. And my last question is, and I'm not not sure if you can answer this. Would this be something that the Kimbrickie board would feasibly consider as part of their operations rather than council being responsible for the assistance, the program?
Through you, Mayor Hines, that would be ultimately a matter for the Kimbrickie board, but there's certainly no reason why they couldn't contemplate that, but at this stage it's council that's been making that offer.
Okay, any other questions? Can we move Councillor Hackman?
Just a quick question, Mr Dickinson. Just wanted to know how simple the process is for applying for this, for these groups.
Through you, Mayor Hines, so the first and most important part is that they have a community service exemption from the New South Wales EPA, which means they don't have to pay the waste levy. So if you think about the majority of the cost when you're crossing a weighbridge, the majority of that goes to the EPA. This means that when it comes to council's not reimbursing the cost of the waste levy. It's already been given that the state government has already made a contribution in that regard. So when they're registered as a community service organisation, they just need to make sure that they have a vendor set up in our system so that we know their bank details. They go to Kimbrickie, transact as a normal customer, provide council with a copy of the receipt, and then we make that claim.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, and I'm against. Declare that carried. And now becomes the motion. We got a frozen screen. Nope. Okay, we're ready. All those in favour? Everyone except me. Okay, thank you. Declare that carried. Item 9.4. Councillor DeLuca, are you moving as is, or have you got a question
No,
or an
I've just
amendment?
got questions.
Okay, so if I can have a mover, Councillor Robins, seconded by Councillor Bingham.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just in relation to 9.4 and 9.5, is it correct that council will not automatically be sending these to IPART, and the same with 9.6?
Through the CEO to our CFO.
Through you, Mayor.
Oh, sorry,
in the
COO.
interim. So seeking clarity, would the monthly investment reports be submitted to IPART?
So 9.4, 9.5, 9.6, yeah, would they be automatically sent to IPART?
So these reports would not. IPART set out the financial information they require, but not the format of these reports.
Is there any utility, though, in showing the IPART and the public just how well council is actually doing on its investments, or can that be left up to the public to send such documents?
Through you, Mayor, the cash and investment statement is part of the long-term financial plan, so that gives them that sort of information in the document that they have as part of the special variation assessment process.
Okay. With that, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Okay. Monthly investment report, December 2024. Moved by Councillor Robins, seconded by Councillor Beaujard. Any same question again, or? Nope, okay, put that to the vote.
I have a question.
Oh, you have a
Mayor Hines.
question?
I noticed just between the 2 and 3 year to the CFO, our trading accounts went from $3 million to $1 million. Well, 1.238441. For an organisation the size of council, having trading accounts that low, is that a concern, or is it just a standard part of doing business?
Through you, Mayor. No, that's not a concern. You're looking at the statement there. So we can transfer money instantly between the account below it. We just move it between for better interest rates. So.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, declare that carried. Okay, 9.6. Councillor Causey, are you moving as is, or do you need a mover and a seconder?
I need a mover and seconder.
Okay, Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams. Councillor Causey, you've got a question?
I'd just like to propose an amendment which I've sent to governance.
Got a seconder for the amendment? Sorry? Yes, I'm just looking for a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Harvey? Okay.
Okay, so the reason I'm proposing this amendment, well, first of all, I'll just point out that there's 2 point 3s in on the agenda there. So the second point 3 over the page, on page 64 of the agenda, calls for councillors to basically approve moving $100,000 from the merger savings fund, which was allocated to a creative space at the northern end of the Northern Beaches for urgent works at Glen Street Theatre. So the report goes on to describe those urgent works as replacement of a fire curtain at the theatre. Now, I do appreciate these works might be urgent, although it sounds like they've already been sitting there for a while. However, I think this type of transfer of funding is robbing Peter to pay Paul. The Pittwater Arts community fought long and hard for funding towards art spaces, meaning studios and an exhibition space. That was recognised in the funding of $1 million being put aside by the administrator after the amalgamation. Now, whilst Avalon received the studio space downstairs in its golf club building, no large exhibition space has eventuated. And despite a proposal for a community and cultural hub in Mona Vale from 2019, a report to council last year came up with 2 options of $13.5 million to $19.7 million, and said that the building is now required for operational purposes to relocate staff from Vuko Place in Warriewood to the DY and from the DY precinct, meaning the building being the Mona Vale Community Council building. It also said the long-term financial plan has not identified this project for funding and there is limited opportunity for a return on the council's capital investment. And to fully realise the potential of either option to convert the site into a vibrant cultural and community hub, and this is the critical bit, is an increase in service levels and additional net operation funding per annum would be required. Well, that doesn't fit with the reasoning we're being told we need to move this money. The community still expects a creative space in Mona Vale, creative precinct, and I believe that those funds should be retained for that purpose. We're looking at an SRV, which I hope will identify funding for this cultural hub, and so I encourage councillors to support my amendment to remove point 3.
Councillor Bergeau, and then Councillor De Luca. Sorry, I'm tongue-tied.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. Question to staff. What was the impact of the recent rainstorm on Glen Street Theatre?
Through the CEO to Mr Kerr.
Through you, Mayor, during the recent storm a week or so ago at Glen Street Theatre, we had a performance about 95% through, where we had to exit all the patrons due to a water ingress into the theatre foyer area, and we also lost power up there.
My next question, Mayor Hines, is would this $99,592 be able to remediate that issue, or would that issue still be there after moving the money around?
Okay, through the CEO to Mr Pfeiffer, since this is more of a building maintenance
Through you,
question.
Mayor Hines, no, that won't rectify this issue. The issue with regards to the water ingress came from the roof. This is about the fire curtain.
Okay, Councillor Bajard, do you have any other questions?
No, that's good, thank you.
Okay, Councillor De Luca, you had your light up next.
Thanks, Madam President, Madam Mayor. In relation to early promotion, but in relation to page 46, as well as the annexures, it states that for the 7 projects behind schedule, there were delays caused by complexities of the project, third-party influences, and delays in approval and internal review. For the benefit of the public as well as the chamber, could those 7 projects please be advised what they are?
Through the CEO to, can't even see who it is, Mr McDermott.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The projects that were impacted there relate to investigate and implement viable options to reduce minor flooding on Wakehurst Parkway.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Sorry, the first one was in relation to the flooding on Wakehurst Parkway, the project to address that. The other projects there were in relation to develop and implement a catchment rehabilitation plan, improve on-site systems for more efficient separation of recoverable waste loads, create an active transport corridor between Beacon Hills and St Ives, and develop a place plan for Mayoral, and the final 2, install lighting and irrigation at Freshwater High School sports field, and undertake a service review of marketing and communications.
Are there any expenditure costs in relation to those delays? And if so, what are they on each project?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's no delays due to cost.
Okay. In relation to capital projects, for the 12 projects behind schedule, the complexity of the project, the cost of the works exceeding the budget, and extended community engagement, could I please be advised which of each of those 12 projects and each of those and the amount that the budget has been exceeded? Also on page 46.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the projects themselves, and in terms of the issues primarily aren't related to cost, but South Collaroy foreshore renewal, Oxford Fall Road West flood mitigation, Rockpool renewal program, Recreation Trails renewal program, outdoor gym, Connecting Communities footpath program, Connecting Communities cycleways program, Church Point new infrastructure, Boondah Reserve amenities upgrade, Frank Gray sporting amenities, and Pittwater Rugby Park sports amenities.
And what's the amount for each where the budget's been exceeded?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. These projects are delayed, so concept plans have taken longer, engagement factors like that. It's not due to cost, so it's not a list of projects where the costs have been overrun or there's issues with the financials for each one of those. Each one will have its own individual issues as to why it is behind schedule.
So why then does it have the cost of the works exceeding the budget included in that paragraph if there's no costs exceeded?
So in terms of the ones that we've called out, South Collaroy Foreshore Renewal Works is one of them. I can't, I need to take the cost on notice. I don't have that. The other ones there is the Rockpool Renewal Program, and that relates more to the fact that we've gone to market for the works and we haven't been able to appoint a contractor at present, so we're looking at other ways of securing that. The other ones are Boondah Reserve amenity upgrade, and the final one, Pittwater Rugby Park sports amenities.
So there has been cost and it has exceeded.
Sorry, if I can just jump in. They aren't exceeding the budget. They're flagging issues with delivering the project within, these are multi-year projects, and the funding pipeline with the work that's being undertaken through the scoping and design is being flagged as insufficient for some of these projects to deliver them.
Can that be better reworded then in future? Because I've had that many calls and communication saying you've got 12 projects that are exceeding budget, and reading that on the face of it, it does look like that. So if that's not the case, it shouldn't be worded that way. So is that possible, Mr. CEO?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we'll certainly deal with that in future reporting.
Thank you. Turning now to a report by Kylie Walsh, Executive Manager, Community Arts and Culture, whereby she has reported that every year since 2017 at the Manly Art Gallery and Museum, with 5 staff as an example, in the first year there was a $912,000 loss. In 2018 and 19, a near $600,000 loss. In 2019-20, a near $670,000 loss. In 2020-21, there was a $690,000 loss. In 2021 and 2022, there was a $681,000 loss. In 2022-23, there was a $684,000 loss, and then 2023-24, a $760,000 $501 loss. In view of those significant losses amounting to a significant amount of money, why hasn't Council's management immediately acted even in that first year of losses? And I think if we go into it, there will be losses in those preceding years not quoted. Why hasn't Council management acted to address those losses and looked at alternatives? And if they have looked at alternatives, what were they and why weren't they implemented?
Someone has to give up a light. There you go.
Through you, Mayor, the Manly Art Gallery and Museum is a subsidised service that Council offers. The art gallery caters for around 110,000 visitors and runs numerous programs that Council, through its annual budget and operational plan and the community strategic plan, has provided for that service to run with a supplementary income from the rates.
Yes, I can see that, but in view of the significant losses and cost to ratepayers now occasioning a proposal for, we had the 4%, up to 4% rate rise in June, now we've got a special rate variation application for 40%. Why wouldn't this have been identified as a significant financial risk to Council and something done?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, those questions aren't contemplated in the quarterly financial report. The issues concerning council's non-core services and council's appetite to run non-core community services is a matter that council can and periodically should consider. Those questions are, of course, relevant for council to debate and questions to staff, but it's not something that's been contemplated and dealt with in the quarterly report.
If someone's got their microphone on, Councillor Causey, could you please switch it off?
I do have
Thank
you down, Councillor Causey, after Councillor
So
Grattan.
I acknowledge that you were not the CEO for the great majority of these years, but I do have concern that management has not been proactive in identifying these significant losses. And it's not just in relation to the Manly Art Gallery. When you look at the significant losses where there's 12.1 full-time staff at Glen Street Theatre, and again, from 2017 to 18 to the present year, each year there have been significant losses and they've been increasing. So 137,400 in the first, 218 in the second, then they leapt and leapt to 615,000, Mr. CEO. Then it went to 945,000, nearly $1 million.
Point of order.
Councillor Harvey, what's your point of order?
10.21. Councillors must put questions directly and succinctly. I understand the points you're trying to make, Councillor De Luca, but can you just get to the question, please? It's been a very long night.
I'm sorry, but just because you're tired doesn't mean we can overcome transparency. And this is transparency
Be
for our
transparent, but just
community.
get to the question, please.
Okay.
Well, the question needs to be asked, why every
All right.
year
Councillor,
there's been such a
Councillor
significant
Harvey,
loss?
I will support your point of order. We do understand where the questioning's going. Councillor Causey, you also had a point of order. Okay, we'll ignore
So,
that.
just
So,
back on it,
Councillor
and
De
such a
Luca,
point of order
very
isn't provided
last
for under the
question,
Code of
please.
Meeting practice, by the way. So, you go to Glen Street Theatre, and every year there's been an increasing significant deficit, and yet at no time have council's management made any recommendations, and it is open to you to do so, regarding this. So why was that not done? And it's the same with all the art galleries.
Thank you.
All of them
So,
have deficits.
So through to the CEO, since you asked a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council's subsidised non-core services reflect council staff's understanding of the service level that council has set for businesses such as the Art Gallery, Glen Street Theatre and otherwise. As councillors are aware, council resolved to hold a strategic planning workshop where matters of council service levels across various businesses information can be provided and councillors can provide further direction at that time. Councillors are most happy to deal with those matters at that time. I don't have that information in front of me right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
I
I've got
foreshadow an amendment.
Okay, so we're just going through this amendment, but I'll make note that you've got a foreshadowed amendment. I'd like to actually ask a question myself. With the report about moving funds, and I totally get you're using a line item from one creatives to the other creatives, but could someone explain what the issue is at Glen Street and how much of a safety risk is it? And I'll also add to that, I'm trying to understand why the urgency, I suppose, is the best question that I've got, because I know it must do something to do with fire, but how urgent is this?
Through you, Mayor Hines, this is a requirement under our fire safety statement. If we do not fix this fire curtain, then we have to close the theatre.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Grattan, I had you next.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to vote against this amendment, Councillor Causey. I feel that given the urgency of the works at Glen Street Theatre, the fact that the theatre is a regional facility that services the whole of the Northern Beaches, including the northern end of the Northern Beaches, which the Merger Savings Fund was applied to, the fact that we've spent, almost $1 million, $900,000 in the northern end of the Northern Beaches on two fabulous projects, the Avalon Creative Space and the Mona Vale Creative Space, and given the current fiscal environment we're in, I think it is a good use of that $99,000 balance to take that out of the Merger Savings Fund and close that down and support the original recommendation. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Causey and then Councillor Glanville. But you've now moved your lights around, so I'll go Councillor Glanville because you were the mover. Okay. But it's not a question we're in. Yep. Okay, great. Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. Through you, I had, a question to staff. Regarding, for example, a service like council maintaining its playing fields, what's the operational budget for that?
I'm only going to do it from memory and I'm worried I'll give you the wrong number, so I can get back to you on that number.
Ballpark's fine.
I think it's around 11 mil just for the sports fields.
Yeah, and to what extent do we recover that from various leasing, licensing, fee arrangements that we have in place?
The sports field fees bring in about 10% of the cost.
So that's
90% subsidy.
In the order of a $9 million subsidy.
Correct.
Yes. Look, my point's pretty simple. Different community users use different services. I'm not proposing to stop servicing playing fields because I know it's something that a lot of people in the community value, but we as a council choose to subsidise it in the order of $9 million. And that's a decision that we make with the community, and I feel that subsidising Glen Street Theatre and Manly Art Gallery is another decision that we make to subsidise a service that the community values, and we're never going to have services only limited to things that everyone uses because we have a diverse community, and so I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Councillor Causey? No? Okay, are we ready to put this amendment to the vote? All right, all those in favour? Councillor Harvey, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Dillon and Councillor Causey and Councillor Hackman. All those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Gilton, Councillor DeLuca and myself. Declare that lost. Back to the original motion. Oh, sorry, we had a foreshadowed one.
I did have a foreshadowed amendment, but it might be unnecessary. At the planning day, can you please stop it is just so
Councillor DeLuca,
wrong. She's just scoffed at me again. It is just disgusting. No, the one to the left of you.
Councillor
Yes,
DeLuca,
you did.
I
heard it. Just stop.
Councillor
Yeah, we'll
DeLuca.
go home. Go home.
Councillor
Go
DeLuca,
home.
please.
You've caused it.
Sorry.
Okay, so in relation
Councillor
to
Causey.
the...
Excuse me, this is a point of order.
You are continually scoffing and interjecting. It is
Councillor
wrong.
Causey.
She did scoff.
I did
Councillor
not
Causey
scoff.
scoffed.
This is, yeah.
People in the gallery that can hear.
Okay.
So, Madam Mayor, can you just control
Okay,
them?
councillors,
Yeah, you
please.
have been harassing all night.
This
Madam
has
Mayor.
gone both ways. Just
No, it
let's
has
just
not,
stay
and I
in a
take
lane.
offence at that, and it's highly defamatory. So I ask you to withdraw that.
I'm actually not withdrawing it
Okay,
because I
well,
think it's been going
I
both
caution
ways.
you that it is defamatory, and unless you have evidence of that, I caution you again, and I would ask you to desist from making defamatory statements. You're already on notice by a member of the public who you defamed at the last meeting. I think you should be very careful.
Okay, thank you for your advice, Councillor DeLuca.
It certainly shows a lack of respect to your fellow councillors and a bias, and it's unacceptable.
Have been trying to be
Well, you haven't, because you just made an allegation.
Councillor DeLuca.
I have not made any adverse statements about them when I should have.
Yes, you have, Councillor.
Point of order. Well, please cite them now.
You have been making commentary about Councillor.
State exactly what it was and how it is incorrect.
I think I will be listening to this to make sure that I can collect all of them for you, Councillor.
And I would like that, and in the true context of what they were made. So I expect that within 7 days, or you will be served a concerns notice pursuant to the Defamation Act.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeLuca.
So,
now, can we go back to your amendment?
Yes.
Your foreshadowed amendment.
So in relation to the foreshadowed amendment, I was going to ask the CEO, in view of the figures that I quoted, can you assure us that at the planning weekend in March, will the issue of Glen Street Theatre, the arts centres, etc., and the continual deficits actually be canvassed, or does that require a motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do not require a motion in order to discuss the range of non-core services, which would include the Glen Street Theatre and Art Gallery.
Thank you. In that regard, then, I will not press the foreshadowed amendment.
Okay, with that, councillors, can we put this to the vote? All those in favour? Councillor Hackman? Yes? Okay, declare that carried. Next.
You need to have against as well.
Sorry?
You didn't call for the against.
Okay, sorry, councillors. Is there anyone against? Councillor DeLuca. Okay, Councillor Harvey, item 9.7. Do you have are you moving as is?
I've got an amendment with governance.
Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Williams, Councillor Gratian. All right, Councillor Harvey. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, there's quorum. Yep. Yeah, possibly. That'd be nice. Okay, Councillor Harvey, we've got a seconder. Councillor Glanville.
I'll keep this short, considering we've got another 25 things on the agenda to get through. I think many of us have expressed disdain over the proposed amendments that we are facing to the Local Government Act, and I just really wanted to underscore our opposition and make sure that the Minister for Local Government really receives the amazing submission that council staff has put together by requesting that our dear General Manager Scott Phillips request a meeting with the Minister, go and talk to him and hopefully dissuade him from these proposed amendments. In the interest of time, I will not elaborate any further. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions, thoughts? Okay. I suppose I'll ask a question on this amendment. Have you already had through to the CEO, have you already had an opportunity to speak with the Minister for Local Government and or consort? Other side. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, no, I have not spoken to the Minister in respect of this matter. Councillors certainly heard from the Minister at various public forums, conferences and the like. However, I have spoken at length with the Deputy Secretary of the Office of Local Government and pressed Councillors' concerns consistent with the submission before you.
Councillor De Luca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In relation to clause 17.6, rescinding or altering council decisions, whereby the issue of 3 councillors only required to give notice of a rescission, why are we advocating that that be changed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just need a moment to review that.
Can I ask a question in the meantime? Okay.
Through you, Mayor, we took the opportunity as we were preparing the submission to put in a few additional items for the Council's consideration.
Can I ask that that be removed, because noting that there are only 3 of us, 2 of us are not members of a political party and 1 who is but isn't elected as a political party, that would actually disadvantage minorities if the rescission motion requirements were increased from 3 to a higher number. And I don't think that is fair and reasonable and something that has been appropriately canvassed with both council and our community. And I don't think our community would want that either. They want their community representatives able to be able to move rescission motions like every other council with 3 signatures. So can that please be taken out?
Yes.
Everyone's got a green light. But I'm gathering through the CEO that the answer is yes, that can be done.
Through a resolution of council, that could be done in terms of what's resolved tonight to submit through to the OLG.
Well, I'm just concerned that staff would even propose that and try and isolate minorities on council. So I would have hoped that staff withdraw it as can be done. It doesn't require a motion, so I'd ask the CEO to withdraw it, please.
Through you, Mayor, so the draft staff submission has been put up for council to consider and determine what is submitted.
Therefore, can I add as 3? And
Point of order.
Councillor Parvey.
As per 15.11, section D, insults, makes unfavourable personal remarks about or imputes improper motives to any other council official. I think you're inferring that you said council staff might want to isolate political minorities.
Yes, and it's a fact.
It's a fact.
Because why would you go from 3, which has been in the Local Government Act since 1993?
I would say that imputes improper motives.
Councillor Harvey, I will rule in your favour because I think it's perception, but I do understand what Councillor De Luca is trying to do, which is keep it basically for 3 signatures for a rescission motion. In other words, not change what we already have.
So therefore, I'll ask Councillor Harvey and Councillor Glanville to include that clause, the submission relating to 17.6 be deleted, and if they don't delete it, I'll move it as an amendment.
I'll decline to accept that and encourage Councillor De Luca to put up his own amendment.
I therefore move an amendment. Oh, actually, this is an amendment, so I'll foreshadow the amendment.
Okay, noted. All right. Do we have any other discussion on the amendment, or can we put this to the vote? All those in favour? Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey. Those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Gilton, Councillor DeLuca and myself. Declare that lost. And you're foreshadowed.
So the foreshadowed amendment would be the removal of the commentary at clause 17.6.
Okay, Councillor DeLuca, do you want to expand on that?
Thank you.
And actually, we need a seconder. Councillor Gilton. Councillor Bingham.
Thank you. Some of us here have been in minority situations in the past. Even the Greens, up until this election, only had 2 Greens councillors. Since time immemorial, it has always been 3 councillors that can sign a rescission motion. It is also the same in requisitioning a special extraordinary meeting. To change this does minimise and isolate minorities on council. And so I note the Greens' objectives in their own party objectives, which are to be inclusive and to ensure transparent government and policy. So to change this to an increase from 3, I think is contrary to that, but also our community would not want this. Our community, I think, would want the status quo whereby 3 councillors can actually submit a rescission motion. And to do this, I think, is a slap in the face to democracy, and it was completely unnecessary because it is something that has not been raised with us previously by staff. It has not been raised as a concern at any other council that I've been on over the decade, and I just think it's completely unnecessary.
Okay, what I will do then is ask the CEO for clarification before move over to Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I think the pertinent provision in this paragraph refers is contained in the last line. What the submission seeks to do is create consistency across local government. It is not the staff's intention to recommend an increase in the percentage or an increase in the number or a decrease. It is certainly not staff's intention to in any way act in a partisan or political manner. The provision just simply seeks to call for consistency. If council is troubled by that, I can advise that staff see no harm in removing that clause, but it is important that the intent of the recommendation is not misunderstood to in any way seek to create disadvantage to any individual or individuals in respect of any group or groupings.
Okay. Councillor Beaujard.
Yeah, just again, probably following on from the comments from the CEO, I'd go to the first line, which says, while there are no proposed changes to this clause. So the staff are, from what I read, are not proposing to change the clause, but they are noting in other councils, for example, Blaney Shire Council, where they have 6 councillors, the number 3 is disproportionate. 3 in Northern Beaches Council is 20%. In their council, it's 50%, which means we're now inconsistent across the sector. So they're not recommending a change. They're noted that the fixed number is not proportional to the number of councillors, and maybe the Office of Local Government want to think about something that is more proportionate, but they're not recommending a change to the clause. So I think the amendments probably, given that explanation, might not be helpful.
If Blaney Council or smaller councils have a concern about the percentage, perhaps they can write, but I do not wish to pursue anything that could increase the numbers here. And by the way that is written, the Office of Local Government, I do believe, could actually increase it, noting that for a large governing body, the clause allows a small component of the governing body to call for a rescission or alteration. And that's what it actually says.
Okay. All right, we're ready to put this to the vote. Oh, Councillor Hackman?
I was just checking to see if we were in questions or debate. I was confused. We're debate. Okay, so just wanted to say that the intent of the Office of Local Government's proposed changes may have been to improve governance, but in reality, many of these proposed amendments contradict the fundamental legal principles of the existing model meeting code, and they undermine the transparency and accountability that our community expects. The Local Government Act 1993 and the Government Information Public Access Act 2009 were both designed to ensure openness in council decision making, yet the changes being proposed actually work against these principles. To Councillor De Luca's point about the rescission motion, the proposed rescission motion seeks to undo an important principle of fair representation, ensuring that voting power is proportional to the size of a council. And larger councils like ours, as opposed to smaller councils like Blaney, we actually represent more residents and we manage more complex issues, and we should have a fairer share of the vote in decision-making processes. So another point is that eliminating, my concern particularly with the proposed changes, I will refer to the updated clause 9.17, that eliminate the requirement for councillors to conduct themselves with respect in meetings. And I think that lowers the standard of public discourse at a time when trust in government and our elected officials needs to be rebuilt. So I don't endorse the amendment, but I'd like to go back to the original motion.
Okay, are we ready to vote on this?
Sorry, were we voting on the amendment or the original
Amendment.
motion? Okay, great.
We're up to the amendment. Okay, those in favour of the amendment, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor De Luca. Those against, Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself declare that lost. Back to the original motion. Okay. Would the mover or the seconder like to say anything, or should we just go straight into vote? Straight into vote. Okay. All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Those against, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan and Councillor De Luca. Declare that carried. 11.1. A very exciting draft tree management policy finally making its way to the surface to go out for public exhibition. Councillor Causey, seconded by Councillor Glanville. All right. If I could make it 50-50, I would. Okay. Councillor Causey.
Look, all right, so I'll start. The Northern Beaches, and particularly the Pittwater Ward, are blessed with a spectacular landscape, one of its most prominent features being the extent of our tree canopy. Overall, as the council papers note, the canopy covers 59% of the LGA. Much of it's in national parks, but that figure corresponds to the canopy cover in Pittwater Ward. in Pittwater we have multiple endangered ecological communities that are associated with the canopy, including the Wagstaff spotted gum forest and the Duffy's forest endangered ecological community. These forests provide multiple benefits to the community in addition to supplying wildlife habitat. In areas with an intact canopy, air temperatures can be reduced by up to 10 degrees Celsius, which in turn reduces air conditioning costs and carbon emissions. They improve air quality, prevent soil erosion, and trees absorb carbon dioxide as they grow. That's not to mention their aesthetic value and positive impact on mental health. However, a week rarely goes by when I don't hear complaints from residents about trees being cut down. Against this backdrop and community upset about the proposed removal of flooded gums in Ruskin Row in Avalon, I believed we needed to quickly plug the gaps in our strategic planning framework by developing a new tree management policy and then reviewing Council's tree stewardship practices, hence my motion to that effect last July. So I'm very pleased and very grateful to staff for the Council's change of direction, with the CEO having brought all trees on Council land under the aegis of the Environment Division in the second half of last year and now presenting this tree policy. This draft policy will supersede the 5 earlier versions enacted by previous Pittwater, Warringah and Manly councils. It clearly recognises the significant benefit of trees. Its aims are to maximise tree cover by protecting existing canopy and increasing new and replacement plantings. That also includes enhancing canopy connections between natural areas. However, it also recognises that retention of trees is dependent on them remaining healthy so that they don't pose an unacceptable risk to the community. Other points of note include the introduction of an iconic or significant tree register for which residents will be able to nominate examples, along with the succession planting to ensure we have a mix of different aged trees, and for which residents will be able to nominate trees. I believe some residents might find they would like a bit of fine-tuning on a couple of points in the policy, but the principles are sound. I therefore hope councillors will support the exhibition of this draft policy.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Or are we all fairly unanimous in our delight this is going to public exhibition finally? Okay, we'll put this to the vote. All in favour? Declare that carried. Well done. 11.2. Councillor Causey, you're moving as is?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. Seconded by myself. I'll throw myself in there. Oh, sorry, no, Councillor Harvey. Sorry, what am I doing? Councillor Harvey. Now I can share. Away we go.
Okay, so as I've just mentioned, this is the second response to my motion from last July. And as I mentioned on the previous issue, I've had numerous complaints from residents about tree removals, and we've had the issues in Ruskin Row. Along with the long gestation of our tree canopy plan, which has also come to Council about 18 months ago. So I particularly welcome its proposal for a full review of tree management processes to be carried out in the second half of this year, which would consider the benefits of more frequent inspections of trees. Giving the high priority residents ascribed to the environment and trees on the Northern Beaches, this would ensure that all tree stewardship practices associated with our canopy aligned with the new tree canopy plan and draft tree management policy. Whilst I believe the $630,000 cost identified to inspect every tree in the LGA each year would be unjustified, I appreciate the report's suggestions that those close to playgrounds and childcare centres should be prioritised. Perhaps there are a few other areas that should also be considered, such as schools and heavily used parks. It's also sensible that those with an elevated risk or level of risk be inspected more frequently to enable regular pruning or other interventions that would allow those trees to live as long as possible. One of the reasons I voted for a special rate variation was to provide funding for these types of services, especially tree inspections in high profile and high use areas that are currently unaffordable. Additionally, the appointment of a professional services panel for arborists would also be well worth considering. Finally, I'd emphasise the report statement that the draft tree management policy contains detail on public notifications of tree removals, including those that potentially threaten life or limb, and I hope residents will address this issue in submissions on the policy. I commend the report to councillors.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey, as a seconder, do you want to say anything? No. Councillor Williams.
Just a question about monitoring the tree canopy. It came to my awareness that they're using AI and drones to monitor the health of salmon in the salmon farms by watching them breathe. Has council considered the use of AI and drones in such a wide area as a way of saving money and monitoring the canopy?
Through the CEO to Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. That's actually not something we've considered to date, but is something I'm happy to take away and consider with the team.
Okay. Anyone got any more questions? Can we move to vote on this? All those in favour? Unanimous, declare that carried. Okay, next item is 12.4. Oh, sorry, I've missed one. No, 11.3?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. 11.3, sorry, I missed that. Councillor De Luca. Seconded by...
Me.
Councillor Robins.
Thank you. Councillor Robins and I moved this motion some time ago in both honour of Mrs Rhonda Alterator OAM, and that should probably be on the title of the minutes, but also due to numerous requests from the community, particularly the Narrabeen Youth Club, the Narrabeen Youth Club Netball section, and also Mandurunga Netball Association and all the other community organisations that she served in, and that is far and wide. I commend this motion. It is disappointing that it has to be a year after someone's death. I think that's something that needs to be looked at by the state government by way of legislative amendment. But I hope that this will soon be resolved and we can properly honour Mrs Alterator. But can we just alter the minutes that after Rhonda Alterator it be OAM as per her post-nominal title? Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Robins, do you have anything to add?
No, just that I concur with Councillor De Luca, and this is a fitting thing for Mrs Alterator with her service to the Narrabeen community.
Okay, with that,
sorry,
Councillor Glanville.
Sorry to be anal. My understanding from the staff report is that we can't include post-nominals in the name of the reserve. So I understand Councillor De Luca's wish for respect, but I think the effect of 1 and 2 is actually naming, and I'm happy for there to be some other wording to recognise her OAM. I'm concerned that the 1 and 2 might seek to name it with a post-nominal, and I don't think we're able to do that.
We've already named numerous reserves with the post-nominal title, so if that were the case, you're going to have to go back and change the signage on a number of
I'm just...
Okay,
reserves.
so can we then make that a question through to staff clarification? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mayor Hines. The Geographic Names Board's policy does guide us. Well, they've said to us that post-nominals won't be considered. My advice is we reflect the post-nominals in interpretive signage at the site, as is planned, and we, as part of that interpretive signage, provide a clear understanding, as per in the report, why those post-nominals were, while Mrs Alterator got the OAM in the first place.
Okay. Councillors, can we put this to the vote? All those in favour? Declare that unanimous and carried. Thank you. Now we're down to 12.4. Councillor Harvey, are you moving as is or are you moving an addition? Or do I need to find?
I have my amendment with governance.
Sorry?
I have an amendment with governance, please.
Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder as is? Councillor Grattan, Councillor Williams. Okay, Councillor Harvey, we can have your addition or amendment there. And do you have a seconder, which will be Councillor Glanville?
All right, I'm really excited about this motion to apply for a grant for acoustic testing. Acoustic testing is very valuable research, which I think council can use for future operations when it comes to DAs or innovating on our own legislation. If someone wants to open a new restaurant near residents in Manly, it means that we have that information on tap. We know what the guidelines are. We know how much insulation is going to be required in that building. Or if we indulge a little dream of mine, if we want to have more busking in the later evening on the Corso, we know where that can be located and the sound cap that needs to be applied on it. I think we would be getting $50,000 to $200,000 of information for free, and I think that's brilliant. But I also think that trialling a special entertainment precinct is a fantastic opportunity. When I door knocked for my election and spoke about the arts, so many people in my ward lamented at how Manly has gone downhill. Likewise, when I did street interviews, 3 residents unprompted said, "Look around, Manly is dead." And when I looked around, we had a couple pubs, a couple ice cream shops, froyo, 2 kebab stores, not many patrons, and a police presence. What a waste of assets. So the answer is how to revitalise this space, and it always comes back to live music and entertainment. Yet when I went to a community forum on live music, I heard from musicians and venue managers alike that noise restrictions and stringent licensing controls continues to create challenges for the entertainment industry. And this is essentially what an SEP seeks to achieve. And I quote, "Lets councils across New South Wales more easily support live music and performance in the precinct and their nighttime economies by reducing regulatory burden and providing operational certainty for venues and neighbouring residents and businesses." Bit wordy. An SCP is also aligned with our Manly Place Plan, which seeks to create a thriving and creative local economy through the day and night. Action 3 of this plan directs council to be an agent of change in adopting a 24-hour nighttime economy strategy. Action 4, 5 and 6 speak to trialling late night trading hours and undertaking acoustic testing. It seems like we could get exactly what we're asking for. So I encourage other councillors to support this application for funding, as well as my amendment which aims to establish a working group so that if an SEP trial does go forward, we can ensure that Manly's nightlife is diverse and holistic, with a healthy injection of entertainment and late night dining instead of expanding on already alcohol and gaming culture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Questions of the staff first.
Can I speak as seconder to the amendment?
Yes, after the questions.
Okay.
So let's stick with the
Just
questions.
got a quick question.
Yeah.
Regarding the amendment with the working group, which I think sounds like a good idea, but is that workable within the process and what the what's proposed with?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, that is anticipated under the Special Entertainment Precinct guidelines that have been published by the government. It would be the expectation that there be a working group.
Great.
Okay, any other questions? Then we can move to the seconder, Councillor Glanville.
Thanks. And I acknowledge that the staff report noted the potential for a precinct working group, and I see having a working group involved in this is really key to the success of any SCP. I think if it's going to be successful, we need really strong local representation from different parts of the community and different stakeholders to express what the issues are and what would need to be solved. And to take community ownership from the local community and local businesses for defining what the success of a SEP trial looks like, rather than it just being something that council's sort of imposing on the community, but this is something that, our local businesses and local community has been part of shaping. I think I also wanted to pick up on something Councillor Harvey said, that I think Manly has suffered from a proliferation of, I guess, I'll call alcohol-related entertainment. And I really see a working group like this as an opportunity to kind of reinsert other types of businesses into the conversation, restaurants, musicians, the arts scene, other things that people can be doing in Manly as part of a nighttime economy that isn't just getting trashed and peeing on people's front doorsteps. So I really think getting a diverse group of people onto this working group will really help it be a success and really shape the trial in the direction of having a thriving and vibrant late night community that, people can enjoy themselves without needing to drink.
Okay, any other councillors? Councillor Williams, you had your...
I just want to make the comment that I really hope that when we do this application and that we communicate well with the communities, that they realise it is a grant from, is it state or federal? State. And that it isn't our money that we're spending, that we need to make sure that this isn't hijacked. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Causey, I have you're up next, and then Councillor Bingham.
Look, I also think this is an exciting opportunity. I do have a couple of reservations, though, that I hope that will be considered, that the impact on residents, that Manly has a lot of residents close into the centre of town who could potentially be affected by noise. So I would really want to see their interests taken account of. The other thing that does potentially concern me is that this could become or could be used by the big hotels in Manly as a way of extending their drinking hours, basically. And we know there have been huge problems with violence and all sorts of things related to those very long hours with those pubs. So, and what does also concern me about it is that basically one of the big problems with drinking around Australia is our licensing laws, and that alcohol is served without food. So I think the working group is going to be critical, and the Manly Business Chamber in particular, in finding ways, I mean, not just the Manly Business Chamber, obviously the other participants and the artists and performers, but we're going to need to be sure that this isn't just going to be a way of the alcohol and gambling industries extending their reach.
Thank you. Councillor Bingham.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm going to be the grumpy one in this case. I'm just not sure why we are focusing on turning Manly into an entertainment precinct to create a late night economy. The venues that are big enough to provide meaningful live entertainment are already doing so. Let's just look at what Manly offers at the moment. We have 39 licensed venues. That's 39. Many restaurants already trade to midnight, particularly on Friday and Saturday nights and Thursday, including the Pavilion and the Manly Skiff Club. Felons, which has recently had approval to include a brewery and an additional 700 patrons on the wharf, can trade until 1 p.m. Donny's and other small bars can operate until 2 a.m. Then there's the 3 large pubs on the Corso, which trade until 3 a.m, plus an additional 3 hours at the Stain, which brings it to 6 a.m. Simply getting a grant for an acoustic report will not be all the preparation that will need to be done to have a SEP operated by the 31st of December this year. We will need to have a new plan of management for the area, a security plan, a transport plan, etc., not to mention the consultation, which I don't think can be done in that time. You know, 20 years ago, Manly had the reputation of being an unsafe place to visit. 3 of the hotels were listed on the most dangerous venues in New South Wales lists. Glassing was common, drunk and disorderly behaviour resulting in fights, urination of the streets and vandalism were a nightly occurrence. It has taken us a long time to get Manly's reputation back as a lively and safe place. A lot of work has been done by the hotels, police, the formation of the Liquor Accord and the then Manly Council. Let me assure you, the long-suffering residents do not support it. Most of the existing licensed venues don't support it and will not take advantage of it, so why are we spending council funds to continue down this track? And I know it's a grant, but there are a whole lot of other things that council will have to do to support that grant. Surely it would be much simpler to update our development control plan to expand the allowable operating hours in Manly for coffee shops, retailers and service industries, which will signal to business that they can be part of the late night economy that already Manly enjoys.
Thank you, Councillor Bingham. Councillor Grattan, you were next, and then Councillor Harvey.
Thanks so much, Mayor. I won't go over sort of points made by others, but I do agree with us applying for this special entertainment precinct grant for Manly. I'm part of the Business Industry and Stakeholder Committee, and certainly in that committee, the prospect of having a special entertainment precinct on the Northern Beaches was certainly something looked at very favourably. Again, we've had the Manly Place plan. We did a lot of work as part of that plan regarding the nighttime economy and the benefits of that economy. And I can see benefits for the community beyond alcohol, beyond large venues, to providing greater sources of entertainment, more things to do in Manly than just drinking, whether that be live music, but there's also the possibility for diversity of other types of entertainment that brings a broader mix of a crowd into the area through the evening. There's certainly potential negative impacts on residential amenity and concerns about antisocial behaviour. That's, of course, something we need to look at. So I think the amendment from Councillor Harvey and Glanville with including that working group, and noting that maybe it was already there in the report, but thanks for highlighting that. I think that's a great addition to help us to try to balance some of these competing interests. But I think it is a good plan. It'd be great to get this underway, get some of these expensive studies done so that we can look forward to the future of Manly.
Okay. Councillor Harvey, as a mover of the amendment, are you going to speak as the mover? Because I've got Councillor DeLuca, who technically should be next.
I'll let him go first.
Okay.
Don't forget, the mover of an amendment doesn't get a right of reply.
Well, okay, she'll get maybe
So
it'll be a question.
I support what Councillor Bingham has stated. On numerous occasions in the previous council, the one before that, and the one before that, we have had residents come before us at their wits' end. Significant funds have been spent, such as the sprinklers at the office, such as employing our own security guards, such as overtime for rangers. Manly was out of control. And I do think that we have to pay respect to those residents who live there and even the businesses that came forward and said, this is out of control. So Councillor Bingham at the time advocated very strongly to protect these residents, as did the state member for Manly, James Griffin. And it took time to calm this down. However, recently, we have seen a lot of gang violence there. Most recently, well, last year on Australia Day, there was a riot. This year, there was a child who was assaulted by a gang, and there's constant problems on the wharf. Those are issues that need due consideration. But furthermore, what I think Councillor Bingham has stated, this isn't just a council grant. It is going to require expensive studies for money that we simply should not be spending. Councillor Grattan stated, and I just wrote it down, let's get on with these expensive studies. How can we justify that? It might be what you're saying, that it's state government grants, but as Councillor Bingham pointed out, we are going to have to spend money on other issues in conjunction with this. It is imperative that we not do anything that can light Manly again. So I will be voting against the amendment and I will be supporting Councillor Bingham's submissions on this matter.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey?
Can I make a comment or can I only ask a question at this stage of debate?
We've moved on from questions now.
Okay. I just want to respond to a few of the things raised and then we'll get on to the vote.
No, well, we've got 4 other people now after you.
Oh.
Yes.
So I can't say anything?
Not really, unless you've got something to add to the debate. If not, you've already said your piece. I've got Councillor Hackman, Councillor Williams, Councillor Beaujard and Councillor Causey all in a line.
I was just going to suggest...
And Councillor Robins as well.
As the mover of the motion, we could accept the addition into the original motion and perhaps Councillor Williams would like Councillor Harvey to be the mover of that motion and then she would get the right of reply.
Let's just stick with what we're on at the moment, okay? I think trying to outsmart yourself there. Okay. Do you want to just hold off for a moment? So, Councillor Hackman, you had your light on for quite a while. I know you're there, Councillor Robins.
Thank you, ma'am. I've spoken to residents and businesses at length about this proposal, and our local businesses and community have been clear. They want a vibrant, thriving entertainment and dining scene in Manly that brings people together and boosts our economy. And this motion is about creating the right conditions to support live music, outdoor dining and local events, which in turn drives foot traffic, jobs and financial benefits for our hospitality and retail sectors. The elephant in the room is the noise and a return to the violence on the Corso that we have seen in previous decades. I want Council to note that policing practices have changed, alcohol consumption has changed. And I attended the community safety meeting last week and it showed that with the right security and collaboration, that violence can be avoided. Councillor DeLuca mentioned the riot on Australia Day last year. The police said that because of the collaboration with the licensed premises, there was no violence this year. So with the right practices, we can prevent a return to the violence that we're all afraid of that happened on the Corso for a long time. And I believe that this trial will allow us to measure the impacts to sound at the expense of the state government, and that the working group is a smart idea to workshop the issues that may arise to do with noise. But I think that we're putting a special a special rate on the businesses in Manly, and I think that they deserve the capacity to be able to engage patrons that want to go there and engage in a local vibrant scene. I think that we need to allow this trial to go ahead with the working group and just see what happens.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Williams and then Councillor Robins.
I'm just reiterating that this is applying for a grant to do a test to give us baseline information. We're a long way, I think, from actually voting for an SEP. So that's my observation, and I recommend that we go ahead.
Okay, Councillor Robins.
Thank you, Mayor. To your point, it is a grant we're applying for, and my greatest concern is that we're setting up a community expectation, whether it be a positive or a negative one, but the community will, it's perception. And I take your point about advertising to the community that it is a grant only and it's not our fund. However, I concur with what Councillor Bingham said. From personal experience, as a mother of 2 adult children, 25 years ago, they spent a lot of time down in Manly, and from personal experience, I understand the behaviour and I understand the influence of the drugs, the alcohol. I mean, just kids out having a good time, and Manly is the place to go. So my concern is if we go down that track, the area is extended from where it was 25 years ago, and I hate to be the old lady in the room, but, you know, that's how it was, and I don't see it changing a lot. And I just think for the safety of our residents, and yes, at our community safety committee, the superintendent was fantastic with his very proactive way, but when we don't have, the police are saying they need more numbers anyway, so going forward you can't be guaranteed that there's going to be that sort of sense of authority down there. So they're just my concerns, where I think this might be 4 or 5 years away by the time it eventually happens, and that's a future that I'm not really sure of. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beaujard.
I'd just like to start with a really quick question. If we were to vote through this motion, how much extra would it cost the council?
Through the CEO.
Through you, Mayor. The grant, if we were successful, would fund the acoustic testing. From that, we are required to prepare a precinct management plan, and that is where the trading hours and the noise management controls come into play. There is a template that has been provided by the government that can be used, and it's our intention that staff in the planning area would prepare that report. So it would only be staff time and costs.
Okay. Thank you. I'd just like to talk on the motion, if I may. I have 2 broken ribs from an evening in the Steyne where I was collateral damage from a fight which cannoned into me. Surprisingly enough, just as I was saying to someone, look at this, it's midnight, how safe is this? But moving on from that, I've got a fair deal of personal experience in this space. I come from a small island that had a massive alcohol and violence problem. It was solved by looking at the example of Edinburgh, which created precincts which had multiple things to do. When you attract kids and families to an area to do things that aren't just playing the pokies and drinking, to listen to live music, to grow our economy around that, to have buskers, to have art happening, to have all sorts of things happening in an area, the incidence of violence decreases because the focus on alcohol decreases as well, because people are doing other things. I think the experience I've had and things I've learned is something like a special entertainment precinct, rather than take us back to the Manly and the Steyne of fights and glassings. If we get it right, which hopefully the working group will do, and we actually bring families into the area and grow a nighttime economy that isn't focused around the 39 licensed premises and alcohol, I think we'll have far more foot traffic, a far quicker growing economy, more shops and things to do around the Corso, and seeing as it actually is our entertainment precinct, it is where people come in over the ferry or from other areas of the Northern Beaches. I've got 4 adult kids who go to Manly and say it's a bit rubbish. I think this gives us a great opportunity to start down a process that will create far more amenity to people in that area, and actually growth for our businesses, which I think is really important at the moment. So I support this amendment.
Okay. Councillor Harvey, I'm going to be putting this to the vote very shortly unless anyone else wants to add to this. Everyone's going no. All right, let's put this amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Causey and myself. All those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Dillon. Declare that carried, I think. Yes. Okay, so that now becomes the motion. Yeah, no, you'll fix the numbering up. Okay, all right. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Causey and myself. Those against, Councillor Robins, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Dillon. Declare that carried. Nice discussion though. It is a lot to think about. Okay, 13.1. Can I have a mover and a seconder for as is? Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Robins. Okay, and Councillor Glanville, I'm aware you've got an amendment. Councillor Glanville, yep.
Yes.
And a seconder, Councillor Harvey.
Thanks. Look, my amendment reflects that I have some probity concerns, whether in fact or just simply by optics, of that we have essentially as a council received from a commercial operator an unsolicited proposal, and I'm concerned about a proposal to then defer in order to be at the request of that operator to then allow them more opportunities to convince them why we should do what they want. My understanding is that this proposal didn't come to us, for example, through a tender process, and equally that there are other market players in the EV charging space. In line with the community feedback, I think that we need to take a look at whether there are competitors to Jolt that may potentially offer a superior charging service before licensing public space to them at a fairly cheap rate. And I don't necessarily cavil with that. I think the pretty clear feedback from the community was that they value EV charging facilities being provided, but I think that if we're effectively gifting at such a cheap price such a benefit, that I think that we should be going through a more competitive process to identify or at least seek out different options. And it may be that that competitive process concludes that Jolt is the best player in this space, and to move forward with what they would like to do. Equally, I think it may identify other commercial operators who are able to provide this service to the community with other benefits. And I think the sorts of benefits and discussion that we saw in community feedback was feedback like the speed of the charging facility, the size of the charging facility, how quickly it delivered a full charge, the cost of charging from that facility, whether it had advertising. I think I'd like us to take to just have a look at who else is playing in the market in this space, and ultimately have a way forward to identify who is going to deliver the most public benefit for the community. And so I, again, feel very uncomfortable about deferring it in order to allow a commercial operator to upsell us on the staff recommendation, and would rather us go through a more transparent process for identifying EV charging facilities providers.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harvey. As a seconder.
I just want to support the arguments put forward by Councillor Glanville. I am also uncomfortable with us seemingly being courted by a private entity, and feel like if we're going to defer to the free market to provide public goods, then we should really let it be a competition of the free market. From my understanding from the council papers, there will be an application fee of $1,600 per EV location, and then a $1,936 fee for each dedicated parking space that would be, I guess, operated by Jolt. So I would definitely like to see a lot more information, for example, what Jolt forecasts their revenue will be on each of these parking spaces, because it seems like an area where council could be deriving a lot more revenue, and, you know, all the discussions of costs and expenses, and council not being a smart economic manager. It's just something that I would hate to folly, because that is valuable public space as much as it is a valuable public service. Yeah, so I'd like to sort of see what our options are as well. Thank you.
Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I will be supporting Councillor Glanville and Harvey's motion. As most in this chamber would be aware, each year I have questioned the actual costs that Jolt have paid. It is minuscule considering the amount of parking spaces they've taken away from our community. They are also making revenue, as you would be aware, from advertising on those boxes. Also, members of the community have come to us with other examples, both across Australia and the world, with much smaller actual charging stations, which don't require as much car parking, public car parking and roadway taken away. So that, I think, needs to be investigated as well. I checked with Mr Pfeiffer that there are no contractual obligations that lock us in to not increasing fees, and I think we need to pursue higher fees at the very least. But I share the concerns of Councillors Glanville and Harvey that to not go out to market, I think, lacks transparency, and I do think that is essential so that we actually know who is prepared to pay what, particularly in this time of financial stress. And I do sincerely believe that this is the only way to achieve it. So I commend the amendment of Councillors Glanville and Harvey to the chamber.
Councillor Causey.
Look, I think the point 2 and the problems with not having a tender have already been discussed. I just want to highlight the issues with point number 1, that there are no charging stations north of Mayoral. And we've had an email from, where are they? Oh, there's one in Newport. Well, there's none north of the Bends then.
There's one in Palm Beach. We were looking at it this morning.
There is?
Yes, there's a Jolt in Palm Beach.
Sorry, I take that back.
Anyway,
I didn't realise there was. But it's still, I think we need, I know that in Avalon, the people in Avalon, we've had an email from the chair of the Avalon Preservation Association, who is disappointed that there won't be one in Avalon. So maybe it's just a problem in Avalon. But there are certainly electric vehicles in Avalon, and yeah, I think we need to be looking at a fair distribution of these across the northern beaches.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grattan.
I actually had a question for staff through you, Mayor. Why is it that we haven't gone to market for these and just looked at a prospective bid by one operator?
Through you, Mayor Hines. The strategy that we have is that operators can come and apply to us. As the market is changing and more operators come into the market, we weren't planning on doing continual expressions of interest, and by allowing any market operator to come and approach you, that allows for the changes in the market.
And is the market mature enough now, because I think this started a number of years ago, that we would be able to have a competitive tender with enough bodies to look at that as sort of on a holistic basis?
Through you, Mayor Hines, there are a number of players in the market. To call the market mature would probably be a bit of an overstatement. It's still an evolving market, so I would believe if we wanted to approach the market, we would have to do it a number of times over the coming years.
Okay, Councillor Bajard.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions, if I may, through you. Am I understanding from the previous questions from Councillor Grattan that the current process of letting any vendor apply is at this stage the more efficient and therefore the cheaper process than going out and doing a big tender process for something which is effectively something we're not spending money on.
Through you, Mayor Hines, it is a cheaper process. As to whether or not we receive all market players, probably not through that process. We also note that a number of the market players have different entry points into the market in terms of installing their infrastructure. So council has fees and charges set for all EV chargers, and that might need to be addressed if we go out to market.
Okay, and my second question is, it's getting late and I now have to remember it. Yes, how long, if Jolt put a charger in somewhere, how long do they get to keep it there? How long's the agreement for?
Through you, Mayor Hines, the current Jolt agreement is a 10-year agreement.
Sorry, I've got a follow-up question, if that's possible.
Yeah, sure.
I'm worrying about the opportunity cost of the spaces. So we have a value on a car space, whether that is through parking revenue or just sort of the value of that to community, the community benefit of that spot. Have we done an assessment on what the value of a car parking space is and looked at that relative to the proposed fee for, $1,600 seems very, very low. I imagine we would get many more thousands of dollars per space with a parking meter on it. So how do we, have we looked at that assessment of what the value of that is worth?
Through you, Mayor Hines. The original fee that was put in place and has changed year on year was based off the car share spaces that we put to market. So it was done on par. It's not a full commercial rate. It's a partial cost recovery rate.
One more question, Mayor. How does the bus shelter revenue for a particular bus shelter advertising compare to Jolt advertising revenue? Have we looked at that, the value that the operator would gain from that, selling that advertising in that space, to understand the profitability to them?
Through you, Mayor Hines, we don't have information as to how much Jolt receives from advertising revenue through their service. The revenue we receive from the bus shelter advertising compared to what we receive through the EV charging is significantly higher.
Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. I too have concerns, as I've previously raised with you, as to the advertising. Why can't council, through its agreements, compel the operator or the lessee, whatever you want to call it, to disclose every year how much it is making in advertising and even put in a clause that council gets 10, 40%, whatever it be? Why can't we do that?
Through you, Mayor Hines, that wasn't considered in the original agreement. Should council wish to have clauses like that in any future agreement, that can be considered.
So can that be considered in the matter before us?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes.
Okay, even though it is recommended no advertising?
Yes.
In case something changes in the future. So just back on what Councillor Grattan said about the value of car spaces, I note that at Mayoral, whereby the station was first put opposite council's building there, a number of businesses complained that it had taken away car parking and traffic to their businesses. Similarly, at Wimborne Road, Brookvale, already struggling, a number of businesses have complained that 3 car spaces on Wimborne Road have been taken up just for one charging station. Can council urgently undertake a review of the costs both to council through those car spots, but also some sort of small review as to the loss to the businesses, because it is affecting those village shops and village shopping centres.
Through you, Mayor Hines, part of the value proposition put forward by Jolt is that due to the low period of usage, on average 40 minutes for charging, that their users actually frequent the neighbouring shops, and that's part of the reason about why they actually ask for them to be located in those locations.
But there's no confirmation by the shops. That's just a submission by Jolt. So therefore, can I press, is there any way that that can be independently, like even by a survey of shops, offices surrounding the existing actual stations?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I might have to come back to you, Councillor, on that, because we'd have to think about how we would do that and a method that would be meaningful and give us meaningful data. So I might have to come back to you on that one, if that's okay.
With the amendment, if that is defeated and this is merely deferred, is there still scope for work like that to be done? And is there still scope for others, providers, to come in and seek, similar to Jolt, make a funding or proposal?
Through you, Mayor Hines, any provider can approach council.
I'm going to actually jump in and just make a comment. And the reason I think Jolt is quite prevalent is because they were one of the early adopters, and what made Jolt different to what the providers are out now is that those big, ugly green electricity substations that we all went blind to, suddenly they could cover it in marketing and use electricity for the cars. The difference with Jolt is the first 15 minutes is free, but then after that there's a charge. I was with another provider who puts it on telegraph poles, and I had an elderly resident come up angry at me, why should you be getting free electricity? And I went, no, this one charges from the moment you plug in. So there's lots of emerging technologies. We've got very fast, kind of middle of the range, and a bit of a slow down to a trickle. I think it's really important, and I basically am against this amendment because I think we should defer it to actually hear a bit more from Jolt. I think their expectations and our community's expectations have changed over the years, and we need to make sure that we are absolutely backing our community, because from what I'm hearing, not everybody wants to see the advertising anymore, which makes sense to me, and maybe there's another model that is a bit faster, I must admit, than what Jolt is. But then again, just today, I think the majority of all the councillors also got an email from another competitor who's local as well. So it is emerging, and I think we need to have that discussion full round. So I suppose out of that statement and question back through the CEO to Mr. Pfeiffer is, if it is deferred, what would the next steps be then? I'm gathering we need to have, Jolt need to hear directly from the councillors, but is there an opportunity for discussion about how does this work? Because obviously every provider likes to trial something, but then after that they want longevity. And as we know, technology changes. What was good back then mightn't be any good now.
Through you, Mayor Hines, if the original recommendation is put forward and upheld tonight, we would obviously have Jolt come in and present to the elected council, but we can also provide additional information around other providers. The matter would then be brought back to council for further consideration.
Sorry, just in relation to the comments by the Mayor, and my previous questions. So it is open, therefore, others can write to us and offer their services. With your original Councillor Beaujard and Councillor Robins, how long are you deferring this for, or seeking to defer it for?
Three months.
3 months?
At the most.
I'd like to defer it less, but I'm thinking 3 months. Yeah.
Okay, I'm comfortable with 3 months because it gives others then an opportunity to put in a proposal. But in any event, 10 years is a long time, 15 years is a very long time looking at the next item.
Yep.
So can we give some guidance, or can you just infer from the mood of the room that the 10 years be reduced to 5?
Through you, Mayor Hines, when companies approach us, if they're trying to amortise their capital costs, we would have to take that into account. Yes, we can read the mood of the room, but if it's not financial for them to achieve it over that short period of time, we would obviously have to take into consideration whether or not it would be achievable to progress with.
Okay, so would Councillor Beaujard and Robins be open when we get back, if we get back to the original motion, to put within 3 months?
Sure.
Something along the lines like that?
Sure.
Glanville.
Yep.
I do share Councillor Glanville and Councillor Harvey's concerns that, yes, over the next 3 months we can accept unsolicited proposals, but wouldn't it be better to actually advertise it and make it a formal process so that then you go through the assessment criteria, the proposals, and bring us all a nice report saying, well, this one's offered us this, but they might be cheaper or whatever?
I think where the challenge could be is that because it's still considered an emerging technology, that a lot of these companies are applying for grants to actually do the manufacturing. So I think that could be a problem because, as we know, grants are on a cycle. They might miss out. It might be an expression of interest kind of thing, more than an EOI. Oh, an EOI is an expression of interest, sorry. Just to gather the information in the intel. Because if we think back to only a couple of years ago, you couldn't plug into a telegraph pole, now you can. So it's obviously changing.
So just in relation then to the comment about 3 months, Councillor Glanville and Harvey have 3 months. Can we get assurance that the motion, the original substantive motion, hasn't changed yet, but I take it both the mover and the seconder are prepared to put it to 3 months?
Yep.
And can we change that so that there is some type of advertising so that we can encourage people to come forward, or companies to come forward and offer their product, their services? Can we advertise on the website even during that 3 months on either, be it Councillor Glanville's amendment or Councillor Beaujard and Robins's substantive motion? Because not everyone watches this council meeting.
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, we can push that out through our community channels. I think the difference between the two one is a formal process with more criteria, which might make you be able to compare like for like. The latter might get different levels of information being provided.
Okay, Councillor Hackman,
Thank
then
you.
Councillor Beaujard.
I think we're underestimating the EV market. I don't think it is emerging, but it is very well established. I mean, 2 years ago, Tesla was the highest selling car in the country. And I'm sure that that's changed, but off the top of my head, I can think of 6 EV charging companies that we could just write to very simply and let them know that we're looking for a vendor. I think an EOI process is the way that we should manage this, because it shouldn't be up to people petitioning us. That is a conflict of interest. It should go through the probity of council's EOI process. While I love Jolt, because it's one app that I can use across most of the northern beaches, they're very slow. And if we have a 10-year or a 5-year commitment with them, the technology for 25 kilowatt per hour is already out of date. And depending on the dwell time at these locations, 25 kilowatt per hour charger is going to be in 4 or 5 hours to be half charged for most EVs, which are at a 350 kilowatt per hour capacity. Now, I don't expect most people will be charging fully at these stations, and the research suggests that this is actually just a top-up location. However, I would argue that anyone that lives anywhere near East Esplanade in Manly that knows that they can't move their vehicle all weekend from Friday to Monday morning because they will not get a park if they move their car is not going to want to spend their time at an EV charging station that takes up one of the spaces for 4 to 5 hours to get some charge into their car, nor would the visitors to Manly, who just want to make sure they've got enough charge to get home, want to wait for 4 or 5 hours either. So I don't think a 25 kilowatt hour capacity that we are locking ourselves into for even 5 years is sufficient to meet the growing demand of our community, but also of EV ownership in this country. And nor does it meet the protect, grow and create, live, strategy of council. So I urge you to please agree with this amendment, because I think the EOI process is critical, and I appreciate that Councillor Glanville and Harvey have flagged this for probity reasons. I really think we need to have more of a future focus about the infrastructure of EV charging on the beaches.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in here because my Deputy Mayor has just made the suggestion that would the 4 of you, Councillor Beaujard, Robins, Glanville and Harvey, agree to putting the 2 together since we're both on the same page?
But just before we do that, Mayor, I just think we've uncovered something amazing in council tonight. We've discovered a really quick, dynamic process that's easily adjustable by council through fees and charges. Doesn't cost much to make happen for a utility which we know is changing and growing that we're going to give to the community. While I hear you about probity, etc., it's not us spending money here. It's us actually getting revenue and providing utility at the same time. And I know there's conversations about parking stations and how much we charge, but we know we can fix that with a motion of council to change fees and charges. So I think from that point of view, I'm not sure I'm keen to put an onerous process on top of something that is dynamic and exciting and kind of works. And I get the things about the jolt charges not being too quick, and I get the things about we may be stuck with one, but I also get that a vendor needs to retire their investment over a period of time. And I also get that we have the dynamic ability to change this and do what's right. So I don't think I'm keen in putting the 2 together.
Oh, may I speak to it?
Okay. I'd just like to say that if we don't come to an agreement soon, you're going to miss your opportunity to vote on extending the meeting and at least getting our only confidential item done. Just as a bit of a hurry along there.
Can I speak quickly?
Councillor Robins,
So
yes.
I'll speak quickly. My suggestion to the Mayor was that putting the first one, that defer consideration, and including the proponent an opportunity within the next 3 months to provide additional information. Then the second one would be a process. Now, Councillor Roger, a process could be determined by the staff to be a fee or a charge or a probity, or, it's for them to explore and to come back with their recommendation, and approaching the market too. So be number 2, and I would see that the coverage gaps in access to EV chargers will be part of that approaching the market the report that they were going to be. I feel like we're all having the same similar conversations.
If we were to, in number 2 of the amendment, if we just remove the 2 words competitively tender and say a process for approaching the market for delivery of EV charging facilities, that would give staff freedom and that would hopefully meet everybody's
I'm just
needs.
trying to make it.
So I'd be happy to change competitively tender to competitively approach the market for delivery. I don't care whether it's a tender or an EOI, to be perfectly honest, but I do raise issue with us deferring for the purpose of allowing Jolt to upsell us. If we're to approach the market to get more information, then Jolt can have an opportunity to give us more information, but so should other market operators have that same opportunity to have the same process. I come back to the kind of pub test. If we were, as a council, had received an unsolicited proposal from Meriton to develop lovely apartment buildings on all of our community centres, and staff said no, or let's knock it back or wind it back, I think we would rightfully have the community say, why are we then deferring to then let Meriton then upsell us on why they should have 50 stories on every community centre? So what I come back to is the pub test, that we shouldn't be deferring to allow a commercial operator to upsell us on why they disagree with the staff recommendation. So I won't support that process, but I'm happy to defer it for staff to consider it more, and I'm happy for it to not be necessarily a tender process, but some other competitive process.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Glanville. You've spoken twice. As it is now, what we'll do is we'll vote on the amendment, since we don't come to an agreement here, and then we can go to the substantive motion, because we're really running out of time.
Can I
now.
just advise that I will foreshadow an amendment if this is defeated?
Okay, if both of these are defeated?
No, I do err on the side of caution, and the probity issues that Councillor Glanville has raised, I do have serious concerns regarding
Okay, all
that.
right, thank you very much. Here we can put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour?
Is that
Councillor Glanville, start from the left. Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman.
Madam Mayor, what's the wording on this? It's been changing.
It's the amendment.
So it's to competitively approach the market
Yes.
for delivery? I'll vote for that.
Okay, so Councillor, unanimous. Okay, perfect. That becomes the motion.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, could I just ask Councillor Glanville and Harvey whether they're prepared to accept, you know how I raised the issue of the impact on local businesses and residents, and Mr Pfeiffer said he'd have to take that on notice and consider it more. So can I add a 3 that staff consider, so 5, that council staff consider for all future applications and placement of EV chargers a consultation process with adjoining or adjacent businesses and residences. I think there needs to be some type of process that they're properly consulted.
Through you, Madam Mayor, a question to staff. My understanding is that we do consultation of this nature. Perhaps can you explain what our current process is for doing that?
And we do go through a consultation process with the public and local businesses and get their feedback, as we have done with the Jolt proposals.
Can I just ask what that process is? Because when the Mayoral shops contacted me, they said the first they knew of it was when it was built in front of them, and it's the same with the Winbourne Road adjacent shops. They said they got no notification whatsoever, and the first that they knew of it was when it was built. So what is the process? Is it by mail? Did a council officer go down and tell them? What is the process?
Yeah, I would have anticipated that it would have been done by mail.
Okay, Councillor Harvey, you were next. Okay, Councillor Hackman.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention that in the New South Wales state government, there is a Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, and they've got a department specifically around EVs, and so maybe it's worth consulting with them.
I know we need to vote now.
Yep. Perhaps we could include that. Would you consider that? They'll have best practice across other
Sorry
councils.
to be boring. Do we need to move a procedural amendment to go into confidential?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
That's why
Can
I was
move-
hoping that you would actually vote and then I could move a procedural. So the more you're talking, we got 3 minutes left. Could we vote?
Okay.
Are we then just going straight into confidential session and not extending the meeting further?
We want to extend for the extra half an hour so we can at least get the confidential plus hopefully one or two others done. We desperately also need to look at something else, but confidential
Well,
is also...
can we actually then alter the agenda? Because I don't think...
Okay, we're voting on this first, I'm sorry, instead of discussing. Can we just put this motion now to the vote?
So hang on, was my request acceded to by the mover and the seconder for a better process of consultation agreed to? Because like I said, those people have all come to me and said they did not receive anything.
Sure. Can I suggest, given both Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Hackman have feedback on our consultation process, just in the interest of time, perhaps staff it's asking for a report. Bullet point 3 can be staff consider options for consultation, and we can pick up all the different relevant stakeholders that need to be consulted with. I don't think we need to list them all. We've got lots of different ideas about who that needs to be. Sorry, I'm just conscious we really do need to get move on the debate.
You can take all night if you like, or we can just finish. Okay, I know, I'm trying. So we're now voting on the motion, the amendment. Well, it says motion on it now. That is the motion? Thank you. Okay, all those in favour? After all of that, unanimous.
Can I just ask, what are the items that you
Procedural
need to...
motion
hang
now.
on. Sorry,
Can I have a
can I
mover
just
and a
ask
seconder?
though, I know, I might be moving a procedural motion. What are the items that you propose to deal with?
Firstly, confidential, and then we've got 13.1, 13.2 before we move into the notices of motion.
Okay, so how many items are in confidential?
1.
Two.
2.
So can I just move, seeing that it's 11 o'clock and my colleague to the left continually says that you are struggling, that we just deal with the confidential items?
No, we will go as long as we possibly can. If we have a councillor who is struggling, as you word it, then that person can get up and leave, as we've had over many years where councillors have got up and gone home.
I was just concerned for the welfare of...
Thank you for your concern.
Excuse me, Mayor, the procedural motion that you moved, I'd like to...
Second it?
Second it.
Moved and seconded, Hackman and Robins. All those in favour for an extension? Anyone against? Declare that unanimous. Second procedural motion is now moving to confidential. Moved by Councillor Grattan, seconded by Williams. All of those in favour? Declare that unanimous as well. So we'll just wait a moment while we shut down
So mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Robin, seconded by Grattan. All those in favour, open the meeting. Thank you very much. See, the meeting went so fast, Councillor Hackman, that you'd forgotten we'd already extended it. Okay, so you're showing the confidential agenda. We're open up to the public. You're not showing anything on the screen. You might be looking at me strangely, but I'm pretty sure you're supposed to be showing too confident. You can't show it. We're only allowed to show that it's resolved. There you go. Okay, very bizarre, but thank you very much. And as was stated earlier, I declare the meeting closed with the items yet to be considered to be deferred until the next ordinary meeting. Thank you very much, one and all, for a lovely night.